everything's set up. Sorry guys, it's been slow. I've been looking at it in Q. I got a PA today, and I'll be trading that PA tonight. I paid for it a little while ago and got it set up. It's right here. It's fresh, 50K. I have a, what do you call it, an evaluation right here, 51.8, so about 11.9, 1100 pretty much to pass that. So we're going to try to get that done, but I don't know, it's been pretty slow. I did just want to get the stream kind of a little bit more figured out, and yeah, get my levels right. Alright, so my mic's too low and my music is too high. There we go. That should be better. Alright, let's see how that works. There we go. That should be. I'm gonna go to like right there. Oh, this sound's hard to figure out. I didn't know the music was so loud. That's gotta be good. Hold on, let me see. I'm gonna listen back to it. You're gonna hear an echo, I don't care. That's gotta be good. Alright. I don't know. I'm working on it. I'm gonna listen back to it. You're gonna hear an echo, I don't care. That's gotta be good. Alright. I don't know. I'm working on it. I'm gonna listen back to it. You're gonna hear an echo. Alright. Yeah. You're gonna hear an echo. Alright. Yeah. You're gonna hear an echo. Alright. Yeah. Whoa, that was off the rails, my bad. Alright. One last check. That was off the rails, my bad. How am I hearing that? Oh. All right. Let's see if we can make some money. Keeping the news. Actually, where's the news now? Nothing since. All right. The Pingon Fire Department reports a blaze. I don't know. Who cares about that? Florida Petro of Colombia announces plans for subsidies and targeted smart tariffs. Okay. Gotcha. I'm seeing a pattern here. Is this gonna pop? Looks like it wants to pop. More fire stuff about Ping Shan fire rescue coming through. I don't know what that's about. Something in China maybe. Oh, what's going on there? Alright. Let's give it a tester. I took one trade before I decided I was going to do this. This is all day, actually. But after 6, I took one trade for 40, won it, and then took another trade and lost it for like, what is it, 200? 150. So we're barely wherever. I'm still 1100 away from passing this one. Alright, hold on one second. Alright, guys. Just waiting for any type of volume. Where's my... Alright, that's on. Damn. I never thought I wouldn't have enough screens. Let's take that. Get rid of that. Definitely need that. Alright. We'll do that. Alright, so I'm just waiting for any type of indication of a move. Doesn't even look like everything loaded. There we go. I mean, we're up, it looks like. I just looked like 20 minutes ago and everything's going the right direction, it seems. Where's 6? I did like a couple trades and then just forgot. I don't even know where. 6 o'clock. It was like right at 6. So even further back, so like right here. It should be here actually. Oh, here it is. That was the 40 win, and then where's the 150 loss? Right there. 150. So that's where we're at right now. No big deal. It's like, I don't know, sometimes night is easy to trade and sometimes it's impossible, and it's kind of in between the two right now. You get like bursts, but I would think there'd be way more going on with all the war stuff, but I don't know. Last night was weak, and then tonight, last week was crazy at night. There was crazy volume. So, I don't know. See what happens. That mute button is so loud. It's like, oh, look at that. Alright, not a single sound. Oh, here we go. Here they are. Damn, I didn't hear a single cell until that happened. And then it's just dead. Where is it? Shit, I have to do something real quick. I'll be right back. man. I just went to go throw out the trash and a whole slew of tasks befell me. Oh man, that was nuts. Alright. See, there was a huge drop to the 200 exponential. Left a little bit of a order block right there. There's an order block over here being respected. Sitting around VWAP. Probably going to come back down again. Let's look. All right. I don't see anything. Marco Rubio now joins talks between Israeli and Lebanese ambassadors in Washington on Tuesday. Nothing. All right. I still don't hear any volume. I'm not seeing much, but I still want to scrape a few dollars out of this market tonight. And I wanted to get my PA moving, but something just happened. Is anything moving? Oil, gold, YM, copper, silver, Bitcoin, actual Bitcoin, hell yeah. We need this shit to keep going. Come on, Bitcoin. To $1 billion. Make Michael Saylor a trillionaire. Futures are saying a G higher than it is, unless they're like an hour late to the party or something. Because I think we hit 74. Didn't we? Yeah, we did. 74.9. Oof. I'm sure my crypto bot's having a fun time. Actually, let me check in with it. Oh. God, it's so late. Like, I'm not getting the volume until it's already happened. And then it's too late. Weird days, people. Weird days. Let me share this real quick. Dun, dun, dun. I'm still under review for being verified. I don't understand, you pay them and then you're under review. And I've been verified before, I just stopped paying for it. I'm gonna re-verify me. Okay. Alright, let's see. How's the bot doing? Unrealized negative 21 cents. I'm loving that. 3 out of 10 deals, $2.32. There we go. That's great. It's really worth a month and a half of programming. Oh my god. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. Not zero. Didn't lose anything. Well, not yet. I think we keep losing the music, but I'm not sure. Let me see. Alright. Not used to this headphones. I might just ditch them. I can't get the sound right, but it's alright. There is no volume. I don't know, at least hear it there. why it's so low in my headphones and so loud. What do we want to do here? I don't really trust anything. I can't, there's really, it's so sparse. This is like, I don't know, there's usually a lot more going on. Why is it so, it's weird. It's too calm. With a blockade? And what's, let me see, let me go back and check the news. I don't know. I don't see anything in the news. Isn't there a war happening or negotiations? I might as well check the prices on the computers. The last thing about Iran was Iran has suggested a 5-year suspension of a uranium enrichment, whereas the U.S. is demanding a 20-year ban. They want a fucking nuke. I don't know. I mean, at a certain point, I don't know. I just want some volume. I want some volume in the Nasdaq. That's all I need. I want to get this account up. I'd like to pass this, and I'd like to get that PA to have some dollars on it. And I don't want to do it in the morning because I am doing... Hold on 1 second. Yeah, so I'm running a bunch of stuff right now and doing a bunch of testing, so I have to stay up. I have coffee right now, which is unheard of. I'm usually in bed at 9:30, 10. I mean, I don't know. I've been staying up late because coding is a nightmare, but even anything AI assisted is a nightmare. To pretend that AI is... It's only as good as the person using it. I'll put it to you that way. I mean, even then, I worked on a month and a half coding this bot with Claude Code, and I scrapped it all yesterday and started over. It just wasn't working. This was a move I guess I could have made, but I haven't been comfortable shorting. I've been like longing 90% of the time. My favorite thing is a rubber band or a reversal, like a dump, and then boom, and then you go in. It's my favorite. I'm just trying to keep it low and laid back tonight. I've been up. I'm up every day now, like 5. It's tough to not be when you're doing a bunch of online stuff. And then streaming futures is just, I was just trading futures all the time while I'm doing 3 other things, so why not stream it and throw a 4th? Why not? I mean, I'm doing pretty good at it, so why not? I got the mic. I don't know how to use it that well, but I have it. Ugh. You know what? Hold on a second. Oh, that's much more comfortable. All right. Let's see. Still nothing. Just kind of oscillating back and forth between the VWAP and the 200 exponential. And this little green order block that never goes away. It can never be filled. There must be so many orders there. Here's the numbers. Alright. This kind of looks like a long. What do you think? Let's see. The most traded tin future contract in Shanghai climbed over 3%. What the okay. That's good. Let's check all the news. Financial juice. Something about Australia. I don't care. Oh man, I shouldn't have put all my agents in one room. There's like a million things going on. Alright, where's the news? Unusual whales. Anything going on there? Let's see. I gotta scroll. $9.23. I guess that's a while ago. What was it? 15 minutes ago. With the Kospi gains 3.2. I don't know. Maybe that's the copper thing or whatever it was. All right. News feed. I'm gonna stick with my market news at trader.news. That's my favorite. Nissan will use its China export strategy as a new lever for 2026. Oh, damn. Damn, that was a big one. Oh, missed opportunity. I said right here, I was like, this looks like a good long. Well, it's been verified that it was a good long. Verified. Oh, man. I'm going to have to stay all night. Up all night for these things to finish. I'm rendering a 3D video, and it's taking my other computer's life. I bought a computer just for that, and it's like, I don't know. It's supposed to be able to handle like 50 times that, but it seems like it wants to shut down. I am dying for that Mac Studio to come out in June. Oh my god. M5 Ultra, 256 gigabytes unified RAM. Oh man, that's gonna be nice. If it's, I think it's 256. I don't know. There's nobody in here to tell me if it is or not. I can look it up. Since we are by ourselves, let's take a look. Oh, no way. Somebody said 1 terabyte? The Mac Studio is expected to support at least 256 because of the shortages and blah blah. 512 options have been removed due to supply constraints. Up to 256. So it's only... So they don't know. I feel like they're going to surprise. And then what's this? 3 days ago, somebody said 1 terabyte. I'm thinking 256. They aren't making 512s. Let's see. No, I don't want to log in. Oh man, DRAM has shrunk enough to make individual modules double in density. Given the MS Max, it appears very unlikely they're adding more memory channels. It appears something like a 640 and 768 could appear in Apple as some yet to be announced higher density modules ready to go or updates later on. Solder. I'm not soldering anything. Yeah, they had a 512 M3 Ultra, but they took it away because I guess it wasn't working right. Mac Mini and Mac Studio go out of stock. I grabbed a Mac Mini like 3 weeks ago just because I had a feeling that I was gonna need one. That's the one that is committing seppuku. They're so full. Every time you see Crisis, it's bullshit. Everybody's just full of shit. We can get the stuff. They fucking manufacture everything. Everything's manufactured. Oh, here's a reason it's got to be more money. There's always a reason it's got to be more money. Always a reason. You know, it is this, but because of that, and then this guy said that, it's got to be double. I'm sorry. My bad. I don't know. I feel like it doesn't have to be. But what are you going to do? Alright, is my screen even on? I think it is. I think the mic's on. I'm not sure. I hear music, but I'm not sure if it's playing, and it's probably really loud. You probably can't hear me. I'd like to trade, but this is disgusting. I want to do something, but then it's just kind of throwing in caution to the wind. Because I have no idea. There's no momentum flow. It's like the last 3 candles were 4 contracts, 2 contracts, and 5. Then there's 5 net. That's like, you know, as far as so there was, you know, if there's 5, there was 10 of one and 5 of the other. Then there's 5. You know what I'm saying? 10 buys and 5 sells, so it's 5 buys. Because the other buys and sells were matched. I'm not gonna fucking explain it. This is the worst. I don't know. This seems like the top of a up and down situation that's happening. We're just kind of oscillating back and forth. But then the second I go short, it's gonna be like, you know what? Let's go to 28,000. Bitcoin goes to 1 million while I'm short. See, look, the second I fucking drew it. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, look. Come on. And then I hear it right afterwards. I'm getting late signals. The price action is weird. I'm trying here. And I could stop, but I'm doing 2 other things, which means I have to sit here and be bored. Because those are basically, I'm just like orchestrating them, and then the rest of the work is being done by AI. But if I don't sit here and make sure that everything that comes out is right, it'll go off the rails, and then I'll lose another month. These things are they're great tools if you're watching the entire time. The second you look away, and don't let them make decisions either, it's always wrong. I want to talk about trading, but there's not a lot of trading to do. I guess I can short and expect this to go back to the 200. Now it's holding and like basing to go higher, though. It's strange. It's a tough one. I don't want to like just do it to do it. I've done that before, and I can't do that right now. I need to not burn accounts. I guess my levels are okay, but my voice is terrible, I guess is what it is. So there's just no fixing that, I guess, outside of, you know, not talking, I guess. The music keeps going off in my ears, and then I go to check on the channel, and it's louder than, just super loud. But I cannot hear it at all. And I want to hear it because I remember making it a couple of years ago. Not making it, but putting it together. And I was like, this is a fat little track. You'd be surprised how quick 27 minutes turns around. WorldCoin is up 5.3%. Hell yeah. I bought... That's what's his name. That's some guy's coin. Maybe Sam Altman's coin? I remember wasting a couple $100 on it. I think it's worth like 15 cents now. Let's take a look, actually. There's nothing else going on. I'm waiting. I got these things that I have to finish, so I'm just going to stream until that's done, because I'm going to be sitting here. So let's... Oh, okay. Coinbase is up. My Coinbase account is up. I like that. Holy shit. All right. Okay. Excuse my language. All right. That's good. I like to see this. Let me go back. Okay. I like that that hasn't moved at all since I put more money in it. That's fine. That's fine. I'm happy with that. Why am I not seeing... Why do they keep changing this app? Okay, is the what? Which one's my portfolio? What the fuck is... Okay, there it is. I was like, dude, where's my shit? Coinbase fell way the hell off. I had to move to a couple other places. Like a good amount of stuff. I mean, I left the Bitcoin on there because the second you move it into a place, it changes the cost basis. I guess you can like do some whatever and get it changed after the fact, but I just didn't want to deal with it. And my cost basis is like 50 on Bitcoin, so I was like, it's 53 now because I guess I bought more of it, but I didn't want to move it because wherever I move it, then it's going to be like, oh, cost basis is whatever, 74 or whatever, and I'll be like, no, I don't like that. And then I got to submit forms and all this fucking bullshit. I just realized that I need to do other things too. Well, Bitcoin, my Bitcoin is up 4.5%. My H bar, here's what I have in Coinbase. Bitcoin up 4.5%. H bar up 1.37%. I'll take it. Aerodrome up 5.5%. Ondo up 4%. Mogcoin 0%. And I doubled up on it for like whatever stupid reason a couple days ago, just because it was like literally 97% down from where I bought it. And I was like, you know what? I can get the same amount that I bought for like $1,100 for like $90. So I was like, all right, I'll just buy another 100. What is it? No, I don't know. I have like 1.4 billion Mog coin or something that are worth like, I don't know, $180, but I paid like 13 for. So we'll see. It's either going to go high or I'm going to have another, 40 years of losses to report. All right, what else do I have? Ondo, Mogcoin, Pepe, up 7.14%. Chainlink up almost 5%. Avalanche up 4.1%. Velodrome up 8.8%. God, I bought that so expensive. Okay. A Filecoin. I cannot believe that thing was like $200 and I was seeing it for like 40 cents. That's crazy. WorldCoin. All right. How much WorldCoin do I have? I have 109. I bought it for 88 cents and it is worth 31 cents. I am down 65% on WorldCoin. Very nice. Excellent. There's a bunch of shit in here. FET, Alchemy, Optimism, Degen, Quant, Aleo, Ethereum, obviously. Hopper, Near, Core, Jasmy, The Graph, Galaxy, Bonk. And that's Coinbase, and I'm on like 10 other places, but I'm supposed to be trading futures, and my music keeps turning off in my headphones. There we go. It hasn't even moved. I think I spoke for 5 minutes, and it hasn't moved. It's crazy, dude. Let me see. Is my bot doing anything? He's not reporting anything. Before I ripped everything apart, the last draw was when he was like, I'm up this amount, and I'm just like, all right, great, close it. And he's like, there was a short I didn't know about, I'm down $70. I was like, all right, good. Just go ahead and close everything, and let's just go ahead and stop. Oh, what is this? Somebody came in. Yo, the last bar was straight up 0. It was even. It was like 2 and 2. 2 people sold and bought for this one. I don't know how this happened. I guess 2 people sold and then 2 people bought, and this monstrous thing happened. I mean, it's right here, so I'm not lying. It's just gambling right now. Like, it's not trading. I want to trade. Give me something to look at so I can analyze it and predict where the next move is instead of some fucking hodgepodge. And there's like, look at this, looks like a decent amount. I don't know, it's not nothing. It's usually like, I don't know. Why is it not moving? This doesn't look like it should be not moving at all, right? What am I missing? Something's going on. China flexes trade power with soaring use of export controls. Vance says the Vatican should stay out of American political affairs. USGS reports a magnitude 5.7 earthquake shook Nevada. That sucks. Tehran says it's not importing any toll on Indian tankers passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Bro, you should... Whatever. That's like international shit. And why isn't there like the whole world being like, yo, fuck you, bro? That's like us going to the, to the East Coast. Well, I don't know. Do we have something to compare? I guess the Panama Canal, but I guess that's a similar thing. But they don't own that. That's surrounded by other countries too. But I don't know. Me personally, I don't want to talk about it. Let's just say if I was the president and I went to a war with Iran, that should have been done day one. And no nukes. We don't need nukes. You just need brains. We could have been in and out, destroyed everything, just took the people that we needed. The citizens wouldn't have even knew. They'd have woke up in better apartments. They'd be like, what the fuck? Like, transported. We could be so surgical about stuff, and we're just not. Because surgical... I don't know. Surgical's too expensive, or anything that's surgical we're not supposed to know about, maybe? Alright. I'd like to... I would have liked to see that coming. Alright. Something's happening. 9:57. Maybe 10 o'clock will bring some volume. Alright, well that program is still running, and that program is still running for the next few hours. And it's 10 o'clock. I love it. I am Eastern Standard. So, 5 a.m. to whenever this is going to be is not the best, but it's alright. I saw something happen for a minute. I feel like some volume will come in, but I don't... I mean, well, it looks like... okay. I'm seeing something on TradingView. I'm hearing something. Heat map is, I don't know, starting to actually oscillate a little bit. Let's see. This could be a trap. Is this a trap? Or is this a quick in and out? Oh, they're selling. ES is selling. Alright. Oh, alright. They were selling. I gotta get over my... I haven't liked shorten recently. But I gotta get over that. What do we got? See, it like does a move and then it just stops dead. That's just so weird. It doesn't make sense. Like there's plenty of contracts. And it's there, it's on them. But like you see how where is it? Hold on, look. Wherever the yellow is, I guess maybe these need to meet for it to happen. Like this and this need to be, these all three need to be the same for this number to go down. But I don't know, people just aren't agreeing. This is Iran and this is America. No, this is America and this is Iran. Good, bad. Win, lose. Alright, looks like it's going up. I don't know. And then it's going to hit this resistance of this bar, this trend line. Let's see, like look at the... you know what this kind of looks like? A giant bull flag. Like a giant bull flag. Come on. Did you really know? Fuck. Oh, come on, bro. Is that really what we're doing? I guess that's what we're doing. But giant... Come on, bro. Alright, thank you. Kinda, right? A little something. I mean, you got this. If that was true, and it was, the form's not right. It's too wonky. It could do anything, and then there's all this room to the bottom of the last. Well, actually, I'm not really. It's not really a trend line. It's only got 1 point. I think it needs 3. It's just kind of meeting to the line I drew. But if you continue, that's kind of where... Doesn't seem to want to break the 200 though. The 200 is pretty strong. I don't know, man. You think I'm gonna... Should I just like go long? Oh, see look. The second I said it, boom. I thought it and down it goes. I'm telling you. I thought it and it's like, oh yeah, you're gonna long? I dare you. I'm gonna long it and that's when the nuke goes off. That's when we get the news. As soon as I go long. I go long and I don't even want to say it. Aliens invade. As soon as I go long. As soon as I go long, they disclose that aliens are coming and that they've threatened us. Second I go long. I guarantee it. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna go long. Let's just see. It's not even gonna fill. Just... oh, there you go. So, you're welcome, shorts. Here we go. Here it is. Here's my stop loss. Do your worst. Are we gonna snatch 60 out of this? It's so weird. Let's just go down a little bit. Just give me something. Give me $35. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I'll take that. That's fine. What's next? See, I like to just lock it in. Even if this is a little amount, 35, 55, $65, think about it. Think about what people make an hour, and then think about what just happened. $35 and what? It was 1 bar, so it's less than a minute. 10 seconds? 20 seconds? So, what was that? $35 in 10 seconds is $210 an hour times an 8-hour day is $1,608 times 5 days times 52 weeks is $436,000. I mean, you have to do that every 10 seconds. So if you're making $500,000, then you're making that $35 every 10 seconds. $3.50 a second. It's pretty good. I love that. See, if you're in there, then you're just screwed. If your stop loss, if you were short and your stop loss was like right there, it was like, nope, still in, buddy. It might want to fill that gap, actually. It usually fills gaps like quick. But I hear the longs coming. But I feel like it's gonna want to fill this gap real quick. Let's just see if that happens. Let's just see. I'm not gonna do it. Let's just see if it does it. I could be wrong. I don't know. I feel like that always happens. This is a perfect opportunity for it to fill this gap real quick. Even if it does it and then goes back up. Whoa. No way. This is weird. You ever seen that? I mean, I guess I have, but that's like Nikkei at like 3 in the afternoon or like 7 p.m. What is this? How am I supposed to trade this? It's going up. Fucking. Alright. That's fine. Maybe I'm making it. Maybe I'm pushing it too hard, and that's why it's. No, it makes that weird sound. I have another one. Maybe I can fuck with that. Wow. China reports a good beginning to its foreign trade performance. The customs vice minister said. Excuse me. Let me see where this is at. So I'm running tests on a bot that I'm making to trade crypto. But like, it's like an agent. I don't know. I'm not explaining it, but it's running through these crazy tests that take. Let's see. Oh, it's literally nowhere. Well, I mean, it's up now when it was down, but listen, it was 46 days of my life I'll never get back putting it together, And then when I tore it down, and now that I'm doing it guided, it's taken forever, but it's actually, you know, like I'm double checking every single piece of code now, because it's always like, oh yeah, this is done. It's never done. It's never done. It always says it's done, but it's not done. And then you need another AI, unless you're going to read 500 lines of code for every, you know, different ability you're giving it, skill, whatever it is, script you're writing, whatever. Unless you're checking every piece of that, you know, you can't trust it. And it was just telling me for 45 days, I was like, oh, make sure this and that and this and that. And it's like, oh, I went through the audit and here's your report. And the report's always clear, but then you like run through the code and it's all messed up. And there's zombie processes going on and things are auto starting. And I could have went long that whole time I was talking. I could have probably clipped 3 points 4 times. I still hear it. It still wants to go. Is this VWAP? Yeah, this is VWAP. So we banged over VWAP, but we hit an order block, a sell order block. So if we're hitting sell order blocks, let's see though. Contracts are not trading at all. Well, these numbers move so fast during the day. While I'm doing this, I'm putting pictures in a book I'm making, and it's taking years. It's taking so long. It's been like, I mean, like I thought because I've written some fiction books, and that's because you're just making it up. So you know what I'm saying? Like there's no right or wrong to it. You just make it up. And if it's good, it's good. And if it's not, it's not. And, you know, 2 out of like 100 were good. So I published them. All right. Now we got something happening. 10-10. China's foreign ministry says the president of Mozambique will visit the country. Okay. Something happened though. We got 81 contracts long out of nowhere. So these guys are all long now, right? So tell me why it is, if all those people went long, why... Well, I guess it's going to keep going, maybe. All right, you know, we're not... I don't trust it. Let's see how... I don't see. What's this going to do with... Yeah. Is it going to go back up? What are we doing here? Here's a... another little order block. It's not a fair value gap. I had to figure out why what the difference between the lines are. Now, some people will call it a fair value gap because I guess technically it's a small one, but if it's a line, it's an order block, and if it's like... Where's a fair value gap? A fair value gap is usually the wick on the bottom or the top. Like this. Here we go. FVG. Fair value gap. So this is telling you... There we go right there. I don't even have to... It's right in front of your face. It's probably small. It's on the small one, but... I just threw this together. It's, you know... This is my old background from when I was streaming. I just found it, so that's good. And, yeah. If there was some more action, I'd, yeah, you know what? We're gonna do it anyway. We're here, so we're here and we're going. So you may not be here, but I'm here. And I got this new computer. I was like trying to stream a couple months ago with my other computer, and then I got this new one, and it's like butter, baby. 64 gigs of RAM and 6400 MTS. Oof, and I stole it. Right before I knew we were gonna. We were already in the RAM shortage because I only got it like a month ago. But there was like this deal, for a CyberPower Supreme at like 24, and I was like, I don't know. I feel like that's Ultra 9, 285K, 64 gigabytes of T-Force. And I looked it up. To get another 64 gigabytes, it'd be $1,300 right now. So literally a $2,400 computer came with $1,300 of RAM. And I don't know, I knew they had a couple of them at Best Buy, and I was just like, I feel like I should grab, because I needed a new computer, but I wasn't, like, mine wasn't broken. Mine's the one, actually, I turned into the trading bot. I completely erased it, put Linux on it as the desktop, and now it just trains and trading cryptocurrency. So, but don't get, any ideas about that being the best or whatever, because it has lost hundreds of dollars in the testing phase. And we did test, but I wanted to go live on some tests, and you know how that goes. Gotta break some eggs if you're gonna make an omelet. Sometimes the eggs are in your wallet. Alright, this looks like it would be an easy, let's just, for the hell of it, I'm even gonna force my way in. Just give it to me. Fine. If it goes down, I guess, whatever. We'll make it tight. I feel like it's just gonna go. Like, nothing makes sense. So this looks like it would make sense to come back up here. It could come down. I mean, I can give it a little bit more room, but that's probably just asking to lose more money. I don't think it's... I feel like eventually it's gonna go up. Eventually, like, within, eventually in the near future. But then it just creeps. It's just creeping. I don't know. I feel like that's going to snag that like it's nothing. Just be like an easy... It's at 40 now. Let me just move it down a little bit. There we go. No, oh, didn't even get it. Okay, just grab it. There you go. Just get that. See, it's not a lot of money. But it's so... It's, it can go south. It can go south on you. You got to be careful. But if you're careful... you can avoid working. But you got to be careful, and you can lose, and you will lose too. Like, you just have to make more. You have to win more than you lose. It's just a net game. It's like anything else. Anything worth anything costs money, but if you can make more than it costs, and there's a net positive, then it's like how the basis of everything ever is. This looks like another little bull flag type deal. We just keep building these. Well, no, we don't keep building, but we just did kind of start one. I don't like the skipping. I don't like the skipping over. And then it's not... The skipping would be good if it was an obvious... Oh, well, I guess it's if it's in the wick, then it's still filled this area. But if it's like completely out, I feel like it has to go at least touch the wick and then go back. It usually does that. This one never did it. This never did it. So this is just a gap. Do we have to fill this gap? I heard somewhere many moons ago that we always have to fill every gap. But then I looked into it and there were gaps that were never filled, so I'm not sure if that's true. I guess we'll have to figure it out. I can't hear the music. I wish it was louder. Hold on. How do I make it louder for me only? That's why I was blasting it off. So I listened back, because I tried this yesterday. I had to private it because I listened back and the music was so loud. Because I guess I didn't check. I thought I checked, but you couldn't even hear me talk. And then my mic was so low. Thank God, because, obviously, this is terrible. But, I mean, I have won 2 trades in a row. So if you're looking for someone that wins trades, they're small and they're quick. But let's see, and what do we got? We got another grand, and then we can pass this apex. And I still have this paid one that I just got. I just passed today, and I just got a PA. But I don't trust this action with the PA quite yet. So as soon as there's some volume or tomorrow, I mean, if I'm not gonna just burn on a PA that I just started for no reason, but if some action comes in, I'll use it. If not, I'll just wait till tomorrow to mess with it and just keep trying to pass this. When's a broadcast been created? It has, though. That's weird. What does it matter? No dropped frames. That's what we're talking about, baby. Alright, everybody's looking good. It says that this chat thing doesn't open. It says once a broadcast has been created, your live chat. Private broadcast is not supported. It's not private though. Maybe it was? No, that'd be crazy. Hold on. Everything looks right. Public. No restrictions. Good to go. Yeah. Okay. I'll just put it on. I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? This weird issue where my music it just turns off, and then I have to like click the button on and off for it to come back. It's weird. I had to check and make sure it wasn't so loud. Damn, look at that. So we are having moves. It's just that I'm looking at, because I'm trying to place these pictures in this book, but I'm like addicted to futures trading. I mean like addicted to futures trading. Like I trade crypto like a crack addict on the weekends because there's no futures, and then like at 6 p.m. I'm there at 6 p.m. on Sunday, just waiting. I murder it because like it's always, I don't know, sometimes it's weird, but usually you get like 3 giant candles in one direction or the other on Sunday. That's pretty much like every time. Happens a lot of opens, honestly. But it's risky. You know? It's risky. I made the decision... Oh, hold on. I made the decision that I wasn't... that I was going to be staying up late tonight because I got to get this book done because I've been working on it for so many months. And it's like facts. It's not a story. Like, stories take years, and then you get it cleaned up and, you know, and you put it out. But, like, facts are a lot quicker, but it's got to, like, I don't know. It's got to look good, and everything is so hard. Everybody thinks that everybody looks at a finished product and doesn't think about what it takes to get it done. No matter what it is. A book, a movie, a video, a song. You know, an essay, anything. That's why the people that win are the people that put in the most effort. Alright, what's going on here? This looks like a long. It looks like it, but is it? It's just stopped. Second I said something. I had to zoom in so close. I've never even seen this big. Get that back. That's better. I need to not know what's happening. This is the worst. See how great it is on TradingView? And then Tradeovate's just like, yeah, here's some black and white lines. And there'll be a red and a green every once in a while. And if you zoom in, you can see. And you could even see the contracts that are trading, but Jesus, who wants to look at that? How are you going to pay attention to that? You need something more, something you can see the bars too with. I don't know, this looks like a base. If I say base, that means, like, you know, I've seen bases, though, that have been 10, 11 bars like this long, just take a shit right into the ground. Normally, I would say, like, 75% of the time, a base is building a base to go higher. And this is a higher low. So, let's just look at this for a second. So, we have... Here's... Oh, God. Alright. Here's... Give me something. Rectangle, maybe? Alright. So here's your... Come on, buddy. Here's your low. And then... Here's your high. And then... Here's your low again, but it's higher. So that's a higher low. And then here's your next high after whatever this was. We'll just call all of it that. And now here is your next low. So that's usually means that the next high will be higher than the last high. Because it's happened. So low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. Right? Have you guys... You've heard that before, right? Higher high, higher low. I don't have anything up that would tell me if anybody was watching or not, so I don't know. Let's take a look. It won't work, actually. Oh, maybe it will. Let's see. Okay, I see something. There's something. Where's the chat thing? The chat doesn't work, though. I guess it doesn't matter, but it's not working. I'd like it to work. That'd be much cooler. Well, the stream health's good. It looks pretty good. I got all my old stuff figured out. I guess, you know, I'm getting the sound and stuff figured out. I'm getting other stuff done. I'm finishing my book. I'm doing that. I'm babysitting the testing. My robot agent is testing its trading abilities. It's 3 out of 10. But it's like, I was dead set on getting a algorithmic scalping bot, but every force in the world was against me because I loaded that thing up with every piece of information about trading everything that's ever happened in history. I mean, it had fucking tulips from the tulip mania in there, just everything, like, and even then, you know, there was just constant, there's always, you know, you change anything, something breaks. So, and no matter how many times I tore it down and rebuilt it without outside help, so now I've enlisted some of my services that I already have to help me. Because I basically have all of them. Because they're so valuable. Like, if you're not... And I'm writing a book about that, too. But... Alright, let's see. Nothing happening here. And I can't hear anything. Like, I have the sound alerts, and just nothing's happening. Alright, now I'm hearing some green now. We're above, but this is usually where they jerk, oh, shit. Oh. Now is it a scoop? It's hitting this order block, and the order block's not disappearing. This kind of looks like a rising, well, not with this, though. If you went that way, looked like there was a rising wedge, kind of, which would point down. Why won't that work? Private broadcasts are not supported. I want it to work. Alright. I popped one out for myself. Screw you, OBS. I made my own chat. Even though there's nobody there. I just wanted to have it. Alright, good. I feel better now. I feel whole. Alright. That's set up. That looks good. Yeah, that's good. I like it. You might hear a fan, and I guess I have to figure that out, but I had it off, and I was gonna die, so I'd rather that the stream suffer from the fan sound than me have it completely off, because I even turned the AC down, and it wasn't completely doing it for me. I need air moving. I just need it moving, so I don't know if I need 12 filters on the mic, but I don't think you can hear it, and I'm sure there's some way to mess with it, but I've been studying so many things that streaming just, it literally was a fly-by-night thing. I just decided to get back, like, you know, because I did it before and failed completely, but I was like, you know what? I'm doing this. I'm just watching other people bank off of doing it live, and I'm doing it, you know, at least as good as them or as bad as them, so why not? And I gotta sit here, and I gotta finish. You know, you can't hear it because I'm not using that. I'm not using my keyboard for it. I'm just clicking. But because everything's already, like, it's just copy. I'm just copying and pasting stuff that I already prepared. But I forgot my point. I'm so fucking tired. Oh my god. Anyway, I'm doing stuff, and I'm also waiting for the bot to finish, so I don't know how long that's going to be. I'm even drinking coffee at 10:30, which is crazy. I'm probably going to, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I do not know, people. I am going to try to make some more money, though. And I don't know. I have a feeling I'm not going to use the PA till tomorrow. Unless something just nuts happens. A fair value... Oh, no. I drew this. Just kidding. Let's see. Now that I did draw them. Let's see if they're respected. Damn it, I keep doing it. It's so loud. I don't know if it's because this mic is so old. I've had it a long time. But I have a new one right around there. But I didn't feel like setting it up because this one was already set up. And it's just as good. It's literally the same mic. Somebody just left it here. Some idiot. He came, we tried to do a podcast. He was being a bitch. And I said he was being a bitch. And then he didn't come back and he left the mic. It was a brand new mic. He just left it here. Left it with the box and the receipt is long past overdue. You can't return it. So, I don't know. I guess I got a free another. But I don't have that nice Shure that everybody has, that $3.99er. I just got the OG Blue Yeti because I'm an OG. So, that's what he got. I should have told him to get a better one, but I mean, they're good though. I've used them for all types of stuff. Like, what am I really doing that I need to buy another one either? Plus, I have two. Alright. What just happened? That never happens. It's happening though. You hear that? I'm on Wi-Fi. Like, far away. With two OpenClaw agents running in the other room, but one's training. No, but she's live. They're both live. And then, yeah, so there's three computers on it. The other one is just my personal assistant, so she's not doing anything. She just makes my reports and stuff, and she doesn't have anything to do till tomorrow. But I have a bunch of... I was like, oh, I'm leaving it on all the time. So I put... And I have a gigabyte per second up. So... Or down. So I just put a bunch of bandwidth sharers on there. And it's not a lot of money, but it's like, I don't know, like 10 or 20 bucks per program per month that it just makes by being on. Just, any way to maximize profits, no matter what it is a good idea, I think. I don't know. Maybe. I'm using Atticus for this book, and it's being tough. Alright. Let's see if my bot had any more deals. Three out of 10 deals. We need 10 deals to finish the testing. No matter how long it takes, I guess. That's what the AI that I've put in charge of this process has said. And every time I try to speed the process along, it reminds me of the 45 days that I did it on my own, because I told it about it, and now Every time I say, can you speed this up, it says, did you want it to take 45 days and do nothing? And I'm just like, all right, I'll shut up. So, let's see. Oh, there's a fourth deal. Did it win? Total deals closed 6. Okay. 6. Did I... let me update the baseline. All right, all right. Hold on, we're getting reports here. This is just as important as this. Even though I would never... these people with courses and shit, you're out of your mind. Once you figure this out, you never fucking tell anybody about it. You nuts? Let's see. I'm not sure, so I'm just gonna go ahead and pass it on to the boss. Because I had to bring him in. Here you go. Tell me what that means, please. I don't know what's going on. I've been up for... this is now the 3rd day straight. Straight. Only with... And if I go to sleep, everything stays on, and then I come back, and I immediately resume. Alright. Okay, so... hey, buddy. You alright? The cats don't like that I don't pay attention to them because I'm doing stuff all day. But... I'm sorry. Let's see. Okay. Oh, wow. Look at that. I was typing a command and look at that. It looks bigger. It's only 6 points. That looks huge, right? 6 points. Hold on. 90, 95, 50. Yeah. Looks like it's like a 40-point bar from here. But as soon as you go like that, then you realize it's only 6. See, something's happening. We're building something. I don't know why it's happening like this. Especially like futures. That's my vape is just vaping itself like a ghost. Oh my god, listen to that. Listen to it. Bro. It's haunted. You heard it. I was talking while it was happening. That's so weird. I don't trust it anymore. And it's leaking now? Alright. I love triple apple ice though. I love it. Florida lemonade. And this one is blue raspberry. I can't believe the ambient air is so loud. At least in my headphones. It might not be going through, but in my headphones it's loud. Wait a second. I did way more than 3380 steps. There's this thing called Smiles, and I get like 4 to 5 Satoshis a day for walking, because I'm always running back and forth between rooms with computers. And I don't know. I feel like hopefully Bitcoin will be worth what Michael Saylor says it'll be worth one day. And that I'm walking, saving Satoshis. There has to be a way to do this. I don't know. Look at this, it just kind of like stopped. It's so weird. I wish I could say I'm just going to shut it down, but I'm still going to be sitting here. So why? I guess I'll just be bored streaming. Let's go back and draw some more lines. There's way too many lines here. Which one of these matter? This one doesn't matter. No, bitch. Bitches. Okay. Get rid of you. 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 No, I said you. Okay, that leaves the two big ones, kinda. This one's coming from, where is it even coming from? There? It doesn't need to be that big. Let's just get rid of these. What is this then? What is this? Get rid of that. That was definitely not a bull flag. Unnecessary. Alright. Cleaned it up. Nice and clean. Now we can re-dirty it. Let's see. It's so weird. I guess it would be down or across or up. That's not up. Well, it would be up and then down. I have to set up more music for this, but I haven't done it yet. I gotta get this fucking book done. Oh, what's this? The boss. The boss says that I gotta change something. The bots, I mean, for the first time in a long time, it's showing positive, but it's so long and I don't know. I guess we're just doing it the safe way this time. I did burn a lot of money, I guess. Not a lot, but... And then it made, like, a good amount back to it. Like, I had a couple days where all of a sudden it was making money. I was like, what? And then just completely forgot how to do it. It was like, what? What are you talking about? I never made money. I'm like, I watched it happen. I watched you make money. It's gonna be a long night, man. I will finish these two things. This bot and this book will be finished. It's been so long that I've been working on them. The book for months and the bot for, this will be 2 months. And it needs to be finished. And I will stay up for weeks until it's done. And I will trade the entire time if it's open. Crypto I've I don't really trade crypto anymore. I guess I could. I just figure why not have, teach this thing to do it. Which has really been a nightmare. I mean, like a real fucking nightmare. And I'm not gonna. There's so much. I have so many services and ways to build my own stuff that I will never pay a software as a service ever again, ever. I'll tell you what I should do is I should clone 3 commas, but I don't not to sell, but for my own personal use. But it's really just a DCA. How hard is that? That was the first thing I tried. I tried to teach it to DCA and it was like, this is working. And then it was like, there's a short opening. It was, I don't know, it was just nuts. The code just kept breaking. It's like there's something in some secret in any trading algorithm, like, wants to kill itself. I even said, I'm like, are you losing on purpose? Trying to think of, because I know, well, yeah, I guess I'd just be focusing straight on the book. Break for you. So if I leave the desktop audio off, that means I can watch something while I'm doing this and you won't hear it. So is there anything good? The Strait of Hormuz turns critical. This is the news. I can show the news, right? So if I could show the news, hold on.
A U.S. military blockade on Iran's ports is now underway after talks between both countries failed over the weekend. President Trump says the U.S. will sink any Iranian ships that approach the Navy's blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. A source tells CNN that members of the Trump administration are now internally discussing details for a potential second in-person meeting with Iranian officials. In Tehran, thousands rallied in support of the government, condemning the U.S. blockade. The country's acting defense minister warns that any aggression would result in what he is calling a harsh and decisive response. Now, as for Israel and Lebanon, they are scheduled to hold a meeting in Washington on Tuesday. Israel says it continues to strike Hezbollah targets in Lebanon, and Lebanese officials say the fighting has already killed more than 2,000 people over the past 6 weeks.
They were telling me to be more positive. It was the craziest shit I've ever seen. They're like, yeah, you're not being positive enough.
Now, Clarissa Ward is following all the developments and joins us now live from Riyadh. Now, Clarissa, good to have you with us. So this U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz has now been in effect for over 8 hours. Just what sort of change have you seen so far?
Well, we haven't seen any definitive retaliatory response from the Iranians, which will be viewed very positively, particularly here in the Gulf. From what we've been able to glean through monitoring marine traffic, at least 2 ships have been turned around as they tried to cross the strait. Yesterday, roughly 14 vessels were able to cross. Obviously, that's still well down from the more than 100 or 100 plus that were crossing every single day before this war. Everybody is now waiting and watching to see how Iran might respond. There were a sort of series of threats that they issued through a number of statements. The IRGC spokesperson warning the U.S. that it was ready to use, quote, new methods of warfare that opponents would have limited ability to counter. Not exactly clear what he was referring to there. We also saw Iran threatening Gulf Arab nations, saying that if its own ports come under threat, that all ports throughout the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman would also be under threat. And that's obviously something that countries here are taking quite seriously, Linda, as we have seen during the last 6 weeks, a number of attacks, not just on infrastructure, but specifically on ports in the UAE, in Oman. And so everyone now is sort of waiting and watching to see if there is a potential for another round of talks. There's still 9 days left on the clock on that ceasefire, and there are indications, as you mentioned earlier, that there is shuttle diplomacy going on behind closed doors with regional actors involved trying to bridge the gap between the two sides, at least get them back at the table one more time before this crisis escalates any further, Linda.
And Clarissa, I want to ask you about what the expectations are for the talks that are set to take place tomorrow between officials from Lebanon and Israel, and what the aim is of those very rare discussions that will happen in Washington.
Well, the aim is to try to get some kind of a ceasefire, but there's already a lot of pressure on those talks. Hezbollah earlier urging Lebanon's government to cancel its participation. So far, it appears, though, that they are still scheduled to take place tomorrow in Washington, D.C., about 11 a.m. Eastern time. And the makeup will be the three ambassadors of the U.S., of Lebanon, and of Israel. It's also expected that Secretary of State Marco Rubio might drop in on the conversations. But there's been a warning that this could take some time. This is not an easy nut to crack. It's a complex issue for many reasons. Israel has really been focused on the war in Lebanon since this ceasefire. Had that horrific series of bombings just last week, more than 100 in the space of 10 minutes. So there is extraordinary pressure coming, not least also from the U.S. on Israel to rein this in and bring it to a close, not just because of the horrors on the ground inside Lebanon and also in northern Israel, which has borne the brunt of retaliatory fire from Hezbollah, but also because this continued conflict really threatens to undermine efforts that are ongoing to find a resolution to this war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran, Linda.
Marissa Ward, staying across all those developments for us from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Thanks to you. Well, the U.S. military does say that blockade applies to ships going to or from Iran, including all Iranian ports on the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. Many experts say it's a challenging task for the U.S. Navy. Leo says he has no fear of the Trump administration after the president repeatedly criticized his opposition to the Iran war. Trump tore into the Pope today and over the weekend, denouncing his stance on Iran and saying the pontiff was, quote, weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. It all comes as Pope Leo, who represents 1.4 billion Catholics worldwide, starts a 10-day visit to Africa. CNN's Christopher Lamb, who's with the tour and with the Pope, looks at the conflict between the Pope and the President.
Oh.
A US President and a US Pope in a very public war of words.
Welcome aboard.
Leo XIV responding to an extraordinary broadside against the Chicago-born pontiff by President Donald Trump. Speaking on board the papal plane to journalists covering a major 11-city visit to Africa, the first American pope made it clear he won't be intimidated.
I have no fear, neither the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel. And that's what I believe I am called to do, what the church is called to do.
The pontiff insisting the mission of the church is to build bridges, not engage in politics.
We're not politicians. We're not looking to make foreign policies with the same perspective that he might understand it. But I do believe in the message of the gospel. Blessed are the peacemakers.
Leo has repeatedly spoken out against Trump's actions in Iran. President Trump fired back on Sunday night, lashing out at the Pope over his criticism of the US and Israel's war involving Iran.
We don't like it. We don't like a Pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a Pope that says crime is okay in our city. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo.
On Truth Social, Trump went further, calling the pontiff weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy, even saying he prefers the Pope's brother, Louis Prevost, who has shown his support for MAGA. Upping the ante, Trump also posted an AI image on Truth Social depicting himself as a Christ-like figure healing a sick person with American flags and eagles in the background. The image was later deleted.
I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support.
What?
And only the fake news could come up with that one. It's supposed to be me as a doctor, making people better.
Trump also claimed the Pope was only elected last year because he is American, suggesting the church chose him to better deal with his presidency. Pope Leo has repeatedly condemned the use of religious language to frame the military operation in Iran.
Rescued on Sunday, flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn,
Where's the high of the
all
session?
home
Oh, it's
and
up
accounted
there?
for,
Holy
a
shit,
nation
since six.
rejoicing.
Oh, that's right.
God is good.
I think we're going back there.
Jesus is the King of Peace who rejects war, whom
Jesus
no
is
one
the
can
King of
use
Peace.
to justify
Oh,
war.
I thought
He
this
does
was
not
coming
listen
from
to the
Middle East.
prayers of those who wage
course it's
war,
coming from the
but
Vatican,
rejects
that's
them.
obvious.
A Vatican official, Father Antonio Spadaro, saying Trump is attacking what he cannot control, a moral voice on the global stage. Trump does not argue with Leo. He implores him to return to a language he can control. But the Pope speaks another language, one that cannot be reduced to the grammar of force, security, or national interest.
The US begins a
Bullish.
blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. This is what
It's a
we know.
giant-
The US
What are we
naval
doing?
blockade went into effect just a few hours ago. US warships are now blocking Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz and beyond, telling any ship that tries to enter or leave an Iranian port that it will not be allowed to pass. So the US and Iran are still talking about a deal to open the strait and end weeks of airstrikes across the Middle East. But the angry rhetoric on both sides makes it seem like a deal is anything but imminent. Oil prices have spiked again today, approaching $100 a barrel.
Have
Iran
they?
says its forces are on maximum combat alert as it talks about retaliation against both the
Where's
US
oil?
military and
It's
other Gulf
97.
nations
This is
if
real
the
time.
strait is not reopened for
You're $3
those
off.
ships,
It's
for
down
its
$2.
ships. Let's bring in CNN's
Whatever's
senior
going
national
on is bringing
security
oil
reporter
down.
Zachary
So
Cohen.
here's the truth.
In terms of
Whatever
action,
they're
what are we
saying-
seeing, Zachary?
Yeah, Max, this
doesn't
appears to
fucking
be an
matter.
effort by the
This
Trump
is
administration
the
to
money
further
is
increase
always
pressure
the
on
truth
Iran
teller.
to accept
So whatever's
its
going on
demands
is-
before this fragile
making it
two-week
so that
ceasefire
oil is
expires. And
easier
they're doing
and
so
cheaper,
by
so-
essentially trying to one-up the
Just look at the
Iranians after
futures.
they closed effectively
They're
the
called
Strait
the
of Hormuz
futures for a
to
reason.
outside shipping
Well, that's not the
once
reason,
in response to those initial U.S.-Israeli
they were so
military
that people can
operations.
get
Now the U.S.
grain
is
3
saying, well, if
months
you're going to
later for the same
close
price,
the Strait of
then it
Hormuz,
wouldn't
we
go
are
bad
going
or
to
some
try
bullshit.
to block your own ships from transiting that key waterway, really essentially setting off a match of who's going to blink first. The Iranians do
that was a
depend
tough
on
one.
the Strait of Hormuz for its own economic
Oil's
shipping
dropping.
and oil transfers. It is
Let's see
a
what-
highly
we're on
important
oil.
waterway for
Yeah,
their
oil's
domestic
dropping.
economy as well. And the United States is
So we
attempting
should be
to
going
use
up.
that as
Why
a
are we going
leverage
down while
button
oil
as
goes
these
down? That
two
doesn't make
countries
sense.
continue to have an open dialogue but have
going
not
up.
yet reached an agreement,
Silver's
as you
going
said.
up.
It's interesting to
Bitcoin's
note,
going
too,
up.
here that while
Well,
President Donald Trump has continued to insist that the United States does not use the Strait of
Oh, it
Hormuz and
looks
does
like
not
it
rely
is.
on it, he does seem to conveniently omit the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is vitally important to the global energy market and therefore does impact the United States as well as many of its key allies. It also impacts in a notable way, China. And China has already come out and rejected effectively the fact that the United States Navy is going to
how
try
long
to
have I been on
implement
this
this
channel? My
blockade on the Strait of
fucking ass
Hormuz, saying
hurts.
that it already has
Jesus.
agreements with Iran that will allow
All
it
right,
to
I'm
have
gonna have
free
to take
transit
a
through the
5
Strait. But
real
ultimately,
quick,
this comes down to, Max,
but I'm gonna
is
be
whether
here
it's
all
Iran
night, pretty
effectively
much.
asserting its
I
control
have
of the Strait
coffee
or the U.S.
still,
Navy
and
trying
it's
to
11
block
p.m.
those Iranian ports. This all comes down to the confidence
not
of the
gonna make
shipping
another one,
industry
though. I
and
just
whether or not
finished So I'll
ship
be right
owners,
back in a
tanker
minute.
owners, those
And I'll leave the
key
news on.
materials that are not able to flow through the strait safely now, whether they reach a point where they are confident enough to allow their ships to go through. And as of right now, that certainly does not appear to be the case, even though President Trump touting a slight increase in traffic through that waterway just yesterday. This blockade will only raise further questions in the minds of those shipping industry leaders.
Zach Cohen, thank you so much. Let's go right to the Persian Gulf region then. CNN's Clarissa Ward is in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and there's been a lot of criticism of this move, Clarissa, in the region.
Actually, not so much, Max, because as much as everyone in this region really wants to see this resolved peacefully and quickly, and let's be very clear, it has been devastating for the economies of these Gulf countries, there also was broader concern potentially going into those U.S.-Iran talks in Islamabad that there could be some kind of an agreement struck that would leave Iran in control or even partial control of the Strait of Hormuz, which for countries like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, is really a red line. So at the same time, nobody here wants to see this escalate any further at all, and they are bracing themselves for any possible retaliation from Iran. I should say we haven't seen anything like that so far, although there was a report from the government of Bahrain that they had intercepted 7 drones over the course of yesterday. But for the most part, the ceasefire is holding. And there's just a broader awareness that potential targets, should Iran decide it does want to retaliate, and it has issued warnings saying that if its ports are threatened, that all ports in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman would also be threatened. So certainly bracing themselves for a possible strike on infrastructure, on ports, crucially perhaps on some of the pipelines, one in Saudi Arabia, one in the UAE, that circumvent the Strait of Hormuz and still allow Saudi and the UAE to export over 6 million barrels of crude oil a day. Another place that everyone is watching very closely is the Red Sea and the choke point of Bab el-Mandeb. It's not beyond the realm of possibility that Iran could try to activate the Houthis and get them involved, although they have been very quiet, relatively speaking, throughout the course of this conflict so far. So everybody here watching and waiting closely, and while there is broad support for this counter-blockade from the U.S., there are also real concerns about future escalation, Max.
Trump's escalating war with Iran. At this hour, the U.S. military is conducting what may be the most dangerous and complex mission since the start of Trump's war, which is blocking all traffic entering and leaving Iranian ports. Now, right now, there could be 15 warships, including an aircraft carrier, which are part of this high-stakes operation for the United States. That's the firepower in the region. Right now, satellites, drones, all involved. And those ships not far from an Iranian regime, which tonight is warning that it would, quote, reveal capabilities the enemy has no idea exists, adding it would also introduce new methods of warfare that opponents would have limited ability to counter. Obviously, the whole point of this is that there's a lack of clarity on what weapons Iran is referring to, whether this is bluster or bravado or something real. This escalation comes after the peace talks, of course, collapsed in that first round in Pakistan, leading the Strait of Hormuz still closed. And Vice President J.D. Vance moments ago talked about the negotiations this weekend. Here he is.
Well, it's one of the things we talked about, Brett, is that we need to see the Straits of Hormuz fully open. And this is, frankly, one of the things where the Iranians tried to move the goalposts during the negotiation. We made very clear that that's unacceptable.
The Iranians, though, do not seem to be intimidated at this time. The embassy in South Africa from Iran, and they've been posting from these embassies, many of them African, South Africa, Zimbabwe, South Africa in this case, calling the Trump administration, quote, the miserable pirates of the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. And that, of course, is where the American military forces are blocking maritime traffic. And if Iranian tankers defy U.S. orders, American service members may have to board and stop a fully loaded oil tanker. Not knowing who's on board, what type of weapons, what the entire point of it is. It's obviously incredibly risky for American soldiers' lives. And it is putting American troops dangerously close to missiles, to drones, to Iranian mines. Despite this claim from Trump today, where he said Iran has been totally obliterated militarily and otherwise. Now, of course, he said they were militarily, the nuclear program was military obliterated last summer, but then this war is because it wasn't. He said Iran's Navy has been obliterated several times as it has continued to strike. And now, even with that obliterated claim, it is important to note from U.S. intelligence assessments that Iran's missile launchers are still intact. Seth Jones telling us that it would take only 10 seconds for an Iranian supersonic anti-ship cruise missile to hit a U.S. ship in those waters. 10 seconds. 10 seconds is not enough time to move, right? That's the point of these American lives that are now truly on the front lines. All this talk about ground troops, there are now troops right there, 10 seconds away. And the added danger, of course, exists of Iran's small attack boats, which Trump said today he said Iran's Navy is laying at the bottom of the sea, completely obliterated. 158 ships, but we have not hit their small number of what they call fast attack ships because we do not consider them much of a threat. Now, again, the use of the word obliterated, but important to also note this, he did not consider them much of a threat is significant because these small and fast attack ships have been what has kept the Strait of Hormuz essentially closed for more than 40 days. So it's pretty clear that they were a threat. They're fast. Their strikes can prove deadly. Shipping companies with oil tankers, one of them has said to me that's one of their biggest concerns is those small ships coming and attaching bombs to the hulls of some of those Suezmax oil tankers. Back in October of 2000, of course, we saw what those ships are capable of. It was a small al-Qaeda attack boat that hit the USS Cole, killing 17 American soldiers. And American service members tonight facing that risk. And it is, of course, just American service members, not only American service members, who are in harm's way.
Is it your anticipation, Mr. President, that other countries will assist in this effort to blockade Iran and those?
Yeah, other countries are going to also.
Which countries, sir?
We don't need other countries, frankly, but they've offered the services. We'll let it be known probably tomorrow.
And we'll see what happens. Of course, NATO at this point, American allies have refused to participate in this. So tonight it is only American soldiers. We'll see if that changes tomorrow. Kristen Holmes is out front live outside the White House to begin our coverage. And so, Kristen, what more are you learning about how far Trump is willing to take this blockade and looking in the reality of this, of how many American lives he is willing to lay down for it?
Well, Aaron, I mean, talking to White House officials, they say that they are all in on this. As you noted, there's these at least 15 ships, U.S. ships, that are in the region that could be part of this blockade. And when I talk to U.S. officials and Trump administration officials, and even allies of the president's, this was really down the list on things that they were hoping that he would do. It's considered one of the best options of a dwindling set of options for the reasons that you just laid out. Of course, American soldiers there within striking distance, and also for the economic pain that this could cause on the United States. It does feel as though there is somewhat of a standoff between Iran and the United States currently happening on who this is going to impact and who can sustain the most amount of economic pain as well, because this is going to hurt both countries' economies. And behind the scenes, I'm hearing about a scramble between these countries in the regions who want to see nothing but an end to this. You have several of these countries who are trying to close the gaps between Iran and the United States, trying to renegotiate, trying to get another round of negotiations set up. And we are told that at least within the White House, there are conversations about setting up another round of negotiations, what that would look like. Now, of course, this is still very preliminary. It's not as though this is actually happening. They haven't taken that opportunity yet, but they want to be ready in case this does happen. And I do want to point to one thing that Vice President J.D. Vance said that I thought was striking during the interview that he just did. He said that the Iranian team that they were negotiating with didn't seem to be able to make a deal on site, that they had to go back to Tehran to essentially run something by someone. He suggested perhaps the supreme leader or someone else. That was something we had reported, that because of the structure, because of the shift that we have seen in Iran, were they even negotiating with the right people? And it's unclear, based on what Vance said, that they were. At least whoever they were talking to had to go back to be able to actually make a final deal.
All right, Kristen Holmes, thank you very much. Of course, Vice President Vance, interesting as we bring our panel in here, also said that he himself called the president half a dozen to a dozen times during the negotiations, so he couldn't do a deal either. Going back to Washington, maybe their communications are just a bit more secure. Okay, everyone's here with me. Stephen Hurrell, retired Captain Naval Intelligence Officer. Let me just start with you. The U.S. has at least 15 warships in the region, as we said, right? So we don't know exactly how many of them is there to be used, could be being used for this blockade. 11 destroyers as part of that. And that obviously the blockade does put them in the line of fire. You know, we're talking about Seth Jones, you know, you're seconds away. So that's not enough time, obviously, to move a ship, never mind take cover. So there's a real risk here, right?
There is. So a blockade is going to be a complex operation. 11 destroyers covering the entire coastline of Iran. Because again, the blockade is not It's not blockading the Strait of Hormuz to all traffic. It is blockading Iranian ports, but that whole coastline, both inside and outside the Strait of Hormuz. So they've got to cover a wide area, but essentially all of the elements of executing a blockade are things that the U.S. Navy does.
The breaking news, Trump is digging in on Pope Leo attacks, telling CBS News tonight, quote, he's wrong on the issues. I don't think he should be getting into politics. It comes as Vice President J.D. Vance, who is a devout Catholic, was just on Fox News a few moments ago with Bret Baier, shrugging off this image that Trump posted, appearing to depict himself as Jesus Christ. Now, J.D. Vance said that I'm sorry, I'm trying to get the exact quote of what he said, but said that it was a joke that Trump was making. All right, we got him now. Here he is.
I think the president was posting a joke, and of course he took it down because he recognized that a lot of people weren't understanding his humor in that case. I think the president of the United States likes to mix it up on social media, and I actually think that's one of the good things about this president.
It's interesting. There's a whole lot of detail there that Vance has given, but I think it's important to just be clear here that Trump did not try to say it was a joke. That was not his excuse at all. In fact, he said he was a doctor in the picture, not Jesus Christ. Our Christopher Lamb was with Pope Leo on his trip, where he condemned the war and was asked about Trump's attacks. Chris begins our coverage out front.
A US president and a US pope in a very public war of words.
Welcome aboard.
Leo XIV responding to an extraordinary broadside against the Chicago-born pontiff by President Donald Trump. Speaking on board the papal plane to journalists covering a major 11-city visit to Africa, the first American pope made it clear he won't be intimidated.
I have no fear, neither the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel. And that's what I believe. I am called to do what the church is called to do.
The pontiff insisting the mission of the church is to build bridges, not engage in politics.
We're not politicians. We're not looking to make foreign policy with the same perspective that he might understand it. But I do believe in the message of the gospel. Blessed are the peacemakers.
Leo has repeatedly spoken out against Trump's actions in Iran. President Trump fired back on Sunday night, lashing out at the Pope over his criticism of the US and Israel's war involving Iran.
We don't like it. We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo.
On Truth Social, Trump went further, calling the pontiff weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy, even saying he prefers the Pope's brother, Louis Prevost, who has shown his support for MAGA. Upping the ante, Trump also posted an AI image on Truth Social depicting himself as a Christ-like figure healing a sick person with American flags and eagles in the background. The image was later deleted.
I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. It's supposed to be me as a doctor, making people better.
Trump also claimed the Pope was only elected last year because he is American, suggesting the church chose him to better deal with his presidency. Pope Leo has repeatedly condemned the use of religious language to frame the military operation in Iran.
Rescued on Sunday, flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn, all home and accounted for, a nation rejoicing. God is good.
Jesus is the King of Peace who rejects war, whom no one can use to justify war. He does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war, but rejects them.
A Vatican official, Father Antonio Spadaro, saying Trump is attacking what he cannot control, a moral voice on the global stage. Trump does not argue with Leo. He implores him to return to a language he can control. But the Pope speaks another language, one that cannot be reduced to the grammar of force, security, or national interest.
Well, Erin, I was on board the papal plane with Pope Leo, and it's clear he's going to continue to speak out. But it does all point to a very tense relationship between the Trump administration and the Vatican. This latest row coming after the revelation of an unprecedented meeting between the former papal ambassador to the United States and the Pentagon, a meeting that was described as a tense encounter.
Yeah, tense encounter, and we've heard a lot about that one. Obviously, also fascinating in the context of Trump's battle with Pope Leo, as you see these record numbers of Americans joining the Catholic Church. Okay, Jamal Simmons and Gretchen Carlson are out front with me now, and Gretchen, I mean, this is fascinating because 1 in 5 people who voted for Trump were Catholic. Okay, and it's very curious when we talk about these new numbers and people flocking to the church for a variety of reasons. Okay, but one of those reasons is an American Pope. What this is going to mean. Why do you think Trump is digging into these attacks against Pope Leo? I mean, that thing that he posted that was a lot. There was a lot of passion in that he typed up all of that.
The first thing that came to me was because the Pope is more popular. And in fact, today, right here on CNN, you showed a poll where the approval rating of Pope Leo in America is very high, and the disapproval rating of Donald Trump currently is low.
Good evening from the newsroom, topping our CNN Global war coverage tonight, what the Commander-in-Chief is doing when he's not running the war or presiding over talks to end it. For most wartime presidents, that would be very little. For this president, when he's not traveling to Miami to see a UFC cage match or playing golf on the weekends, it is picking a fight with the Pope over the war and depicting himself as the Son of God. And apparently staying up much of the night posting things on social media. At 9:03 p.m. last night, the President of the United States started in on the Pope. Quote, Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. Also, I don't want a Pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. And this, Leo, not His Holiness, you'll notice, Leo should be thankful because, as everyone knows, he was a shocking surprise. He wasn't on any list to be Pope and was only put there by the church because he was an American, and they thought that would be the best way to deal with President Donald J. Trump. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. He adds, quote, Leo should get his act together as Pope, use common sense, stop catering to the radical left, and focus on being a great Pope, not a politician. The president followed it up moments later when he said this to reporters.
He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
Not a fan and not finished yet. At 9:49, he decided it would be a good idea to post this AI image depicting himself as Jesus bathed in golden, godlike celestial light with light emerging from both his hands, healing a sick man, while a woman prays staring at the orb of light in Trump Jesus' hands. He continued making posts online throughout the night, several in the 10 p.m. hour, one at 12:43, 5 posts from 2:35 to 2:38 a.m., and another at 4:10. Hours later, he did take down this AI image of Trump Jesus and came up with one of the lamest lies imaginable.
I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
Well, keep it honest, come on. I mean, for those who may be confused, this is Jesus, this is Trump Jesus, and this is a doctor. We've all been to doctors. Here ended the sermon. If you think there's no way the President of the United States or anyone in their right mind would compare himself to Jesus, yes way. Cue Pastor Paula White Cain, the President's spiritual advisor, on Easter at the White House.
And Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you.
It didn't end there for her either. She went on longer, but you get the idea. So did the White House, because they later took that clip down. As for the Pope, today he had this to say.
I have no fear, neither the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel. And that's what I believe. I am called to do what the church is called to do.
The president, though, was not through, saying this at the White House when asked about the conflict with the Pope this afternoon.
Pope Leo said things that are wrong. He was very much against what I'm doing with regard to Iran, and you cannot have a nuclear Iran. Pope Leo would not be happy with the end result. You have hundreds of millions of people dead, and it's not going to happen. So I can't. I think he's very weak on crime and other things. So I'm not. I mean, he went public. I'm just responding to Pope Leo.
the man who has no problem being compared to the Son of God on his clash with the Vicar of Christ. As for more on all this, let's go to CNN's Christopher Lamb, who is traveling with the Pontiff in Algeria and has actually written the book about Pope Leo. Christopher, what else did Pope Leo have to say about this dispute with the president?
Well, Anderson, I was on board the plane with the Pope, and he came to the back and he addressed us, and he responded to questions about the president's remarks. And, one of the things that he said to us was, we're not politicians. We're not going to make foreign policy with the same perspective that the president, might understand it. But I do believe in the message of the gospel. Blessed are the peacemakers. So Leo kind of underlining that, his agenda is to communicate the church's message, despite what the president might be criticizing him for, and Leo emphasizing that his message is one that's a global one. It's not against a particular leader or individual, and that's something that I discovered writing my book on Pope Leo, that this Pope is not someone who wants to have a fight with President Trump, but he is someone who is in many ways a counterweight to the Trump administration. And I think we've seen that in recent weeks with his remarks on the war. And his style, he's a soft-spoken, a careful person in his public statements, but it seems that more gentle style, deliberate style has gotten under the president's skin. Anderson.
Christopher Lamb, appreciate it. In the president's Truth Social post attacking the Pope, he also went after CNN's David Axelrod, writing, quote, "Leo's weak on crime, weak on nuclear weapons does not sit well with me, nor does the fact that he meets with Obama sympathizers like David Axelrod, a loser from the left who is one of those who wanted churchgoers and clerics to be arrested." For more on that, I want to bring in David Axelrod, who's our chief political analyst and who served as senior advisor to President Obama. So, David, what's your reaction to President Trump going after Pope Leo and invoking your visit with the Holy Father as part of his criticism?
Yeah, he referred to me as an Obama sympathizer. I mean, it's worse than that. I was an Obama accomplice. But I don't know what that has to do with anything. I had set that meeting up months ago, Anderson. The Pope's from Chicago. I've been very impressed by him. I was coming to Italy. I wanted to meet him. The meeting was set up, just happened to be the audience was set up for last Thursday. But the bigger issue is that the president treats the Pope as if he's another politician, as if his responsibilities are political. He's not a politician. He's the leader of the Catholic Church. He's the keeper of the faith. And he is following the fundamental path of those who came before him in challenging things that he sees are violative of the moral code that he is there to uphold. And war is one of those. He is very outspoken on it, and the president doesn't like it. But I think he made a tremendous mistake because there are 72 million Catholics in the U.S. They understand what the role of the Pope is. He's very popular with them for doing what he was chosen to do.
Those are vessels in the Strait of Hormuz over the weekend. Today, the president said the U.S. Navy is now enforcing a blockade on Iranian ports. This after 21 hours of peace talks ended with no agreement. A U.S. official tells CNN the Navy now has at least 15 ships in the region. Tonight, the New York Times is reporting that Iran offered a 5-year hiatus on enriching uranium. The administration, our sources say, wanted 20. Now, a source familiar with the talks tells CNN there are discussions in the works for a second in-person meeting with Iranian officials before a ceasefire expires on April 21st. Joining us now is CNN Global Affairs analyst Kareem Sajapur and retired Army Major General James Spider Marks. So, Kareem, you've heard this reporting from the New York Times, Iran offering reportedly a 5-year suspension of uranium enrichment, which would be a step. What do you make of that offer? What does it tell you about Iran?
So, Anderson, in talking to folks who were involved in the negotiations on the U.S. side,
What they say is that behind closed doors, Iran appears much more eager for a deal than they do publicly because of the country's economic desperation. The other thing that I heard was that Iran projects unity publicly, but also behind closed doors. There's a lot of jockeying for power. You know, after the supreme leader was killed, after ruling for 37 years, there's a lot of people who are vying to be Iran's most powerful official, especially given we don't know the health of Moshtaba Khamenei.
So how, and that's still unknown. Has he been seen? Has he?
We don't know that he's been seen. The Israelis have said that they believe he's alive. I've also heard from sources in Iran saying he's alive, but we've been told he's roughed up. You know, his health is not great.
General Marks, walk us through the process of blockading Iranian ports. How big a task is it? I assume militarily the U.S. has the force to do it, but what does it require?
Yeah, it's a significant endeavor, and as has been discussed, a blockade is an act of war. I think at this point it's a distinction without a difference. We've essentially been at war for the past 5+ weeks, so we can put that to the side. But the actual modalities are quite complicated. You got surface ship requirements. You've got subsurface requirements. You're certainly going to have air cover as a matter of routine. And if you're blocking a port, you tend to be somewhat stationary, but you also don't want to remain stationary for too long. You then become a target. But the other thing is that it becomes very much threading the needle. When you're conducting a blockade, you are going to stop every vessel unless you know a priori or there is some recognition of a certain vessel's authorization to go through that's already been established. So it's going to be a very, very long process. It's going to be an incredible demand in terms of the forces that are there, the naval forces that are there.
We're not politicians. We're not looking to make foreign policy with the same perspective that we might understand it. But I do believe in the message of the gospel. Blessed are the peacemakers. It's a message that the Lord needs to hear.
Kristen Holmes joins us now from Washington. I mean, an extraordinary war of words, isn't it? And this cartoon we should probably talk about.
Yeah, I mean, that's right, Max. And I don't know if we have a copy of it because we'd have to put it up from here. President Trump deleted it. This was this controversial post that even some of his staunchest allies were calling on him to take down, saying it was blasphemous, saying that it was idolization of himself. And it was President Trump kind of depicting himself in this meme as a Christ-like figure. Now, President Trump was asked about this and specifically the blowback, saying that he thought it was an image of him being portrayed as a doctor and helping people. Obviously, there were a number of reasons that if you look at this image, we believed it was a Christ-like figure, namely the healing hands that had some kind of mystical, divine power coming out of them. Also, the demon-like figures that were floating above in the background. And then, of course, just the context, the timing of it, coming at a time in which President Trump has been taking on Pope Leo almost, back and forth and not stopping. Just moments ago, President Trump, and I think you played some of this, was asked if he would apologize to Leo, and he said no, that he wouldn't. But this was really the quickness of this post coming down goes to show you that people were certainly asking him directly and calling the White House and posting on social media that this was an inappropriate image to post. Remember, President Trump is usually someone who doubles down when he is cornered on something, saying that it's not his fault. He actually admitted to posting this and again said that it was because he thought it showed him as a doctor, but clearly was not as committed to that as listening to the people around him who did not like that image being posted.
The fact that it was taken down is an admission, as you say, so he feels that it was misinterpreted, but also that he misinterpreted it effectively. But just explain how important the base is he might have offended here.
Well, we saw some people who had actually helped campaign for him, some conservative activists saying that this was ridiculous. They couldn't believe that he posted it, that they like President Trump, but this was a bridge too far. And they were very highly recognized names who have been supporters of President Trump. The backlash is huge here. I mean, one of the things, if you look at just the breakdown of people who voted for President Trump, he has a majority of voters coming from the Christian faith. So this idea that he would be then portraying himself as Christ, and hearing people push back on that. And that also doesn't even take into account what we've been seeing by Catholics who are pushing back on him for his attacks on the Pope. It's generally seen as a place that you don't go, no matter what position you are in, attacking the Pope. But this would be a huge fracture for him. And we should note, the last time we saw him delete a controversial video was that racist video that had Barack and Michelle Obama in it. And he had been getting calls for hours and hours to take that down before he finally did. This was a much quicker deletion of that post, still several hours, but nothing like what we saw before. And that is likely because of the blowback he was getting from people in his own party, people who really do usually support him.
Okay, Kristen, thank you for joining us from the White House. Now, Israeli and Lebanese diplomats are set to meet in Washington tomorrow for talks on ending their conflict. Israel continues to strike southern Lebanon as it tries to drive out Iranian-backed Hezbollah. Lebanese authorities say more than 2,000 people have been killed since the start of this latest conflict. On Sunday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu made a rare trip to Lebanon. He says that any peace agreement will require disarming Hezbollah. Meanwhile, the EU Commission President says there will be no stability in the Middle East if Israeli strikes in Lebanon continue. Jeremy Diamond is covering this part of the story for us. Jeremy, it's a complex matter, but the Europe's made its view very clear on this. Lebanon should be included in this wider ceasefire agreement, effectively.
Yeah, there have been a number of parties beyond the Iranians who have called for a ceasefire in Lebanon, and yet the Israelis have continuously refused that position. The Israeli Prime Minister has made quite a point of publicly stating that there is no ceasefire in Lebanon right now. And indeed, what we've seen in recent days has been continued airstrikes in southern Lebanon, continued ground fighting between Israeli forces and Hamas militants in the south of the country. But there is still, it seems, some level of scaling back of the strikes that Israel is carrying out, both in terms of the tempo of the strikes, but in particular as it relates to the targets. And that's because we haven't seen any strikes in the Lebanese capital of Beirut since Thursday. So several days without any strikes in the Lebanese capital, which is quite unusual for what we've seen over the course of, the last month or so of this conflict. And that is reflective of the fact that Israel has come under significant pressure, both from the international community, but particularly from the United States, to scale back some of its strikes in Lebanon at a minimum, even if it doesn't agree to a ceasefire altogether, and to enter these direct negotiations with Lebanon. And the reason why that pressure has come is because of the concern from the United States that it could upend this broader ceasefire agreement with Iran, and also now Lebanese officials saying that they would not negotiate with Israel under fire. Now, we expect that the next round of negotiations between Israel and Lebanon will take place tomorrow. The key item on the agenda from the Lebanese point of view is to try and obtain a ceasefire out of that meeting. So they are still pushing for a ceasefire agreement before they reach any broader negotiations on the disarmament of Hezbollah and the potential of establishing peaceful relations between Israel and Lebanon. The Israelis don't seem to be shifting on that point of view, though, for now. So we'll see how tomorrow unfolds.
Our world lead, the U.S. military blockade on traffic entering and leaving Iranian ports, is now underway as of this morning. After weekend peace talks collapsed in Pakistan, the move is an effort to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, the critical oil waterway that Iran effectively closed at the start of the war. President Trump today on Truth Social said, quote, warning, if any of Iran's ships come anywhere close to our blockade, they will be immediately eliminated. A U.S. official tells CNN the U.S. and Iran are still engaged in talks and working toward a diplomatic off-ramp. CNN's chief international correspondent Chris Ward is in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So the president today said that 34 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz yesterday. Is that accurate? And what is the latest on the situation in the strait?
So, Anderson, no, that number does not appear to be accurate. According to Kepler, which is a firm that monitors global shipping, approximately 14 vessels passed through the strait yesterday. That obviously is still well below the more than 100 that would cross every single day before the war. Today, since this blockade began, we are aware of 2 ships that appear to have tried to cross the strait only to have been turned around. Now, we haven't seen any response from Iran yet in terms of retaliation, But certainly we've seen some pretty fiery rhetoric just in the last couple of hours. A spokesperson for the IRGC, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, put out a statement warning that Iran was ready to use, quote, new methods of warfare that opponents would have limited ability to counter. We don't know exactly what they might be referring to there. And we have also seen a threat against Gulf Arab nations. Iran saying that if its ports are threatened, all ports throughout the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman would also potentially be under threat. And that's a threat, Anderson, that people here in Saudi Arabia and neighboring countries take very seriously because, of course, ports in the UAE, ports in Kuwait, ports in Oman all came under attack during the more kinetic phase of this war. So everyone watching closely now to see how and if this will escalate further, Anderson.
And apparently Trump officials are discussing another potential meeting. What are you learning?
So we're hearing this from a number of different sources, some in the Trump administration and some internationally, that basically there are efforts behind closed doors, shuttle diplomacy going on to try to take advantage of the 9 days that are left in the window of this ceasefire and resolve some of the differences that still exist between the two sides and even potentially bring them together again for another round of talks, although it remains to be seen whether it would be at such a high level as the talks that we saw in Islamabad on Saturday. There's also speculation it might not be in Islamabad this time, it possibly in Geneva. But make no mistake, Anderson, there is a lot of hard work going on behind the scenes here because so many different countries are impacted hugely, particularly now with this counter blockade in effect. The economic fallout is really catastrophic and rippling across the globe. And specifically, I think Egypt, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, all pushing hard to try to get this thing resolved before that ceasefire ends next week, Anderson.
A U.S. military blockade on Iran's ports is now underway after talks between both countries failed over the weekend. President Trump says the U.S. will sink any Iranian ships that approach the Navy's blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. A source tells CNN that members of the Trump administration are now internally discussing details for a potential second in-person meeting with Iranian officials. In Tehran, thousands rallied in support of the government condemning the U.S. blockade. The country's acting defense minister warns that any aggression would result in what he is calling a harsh and decisive response. Now, as for Israel and Lebanon, they are scheduled to hold a meeting in Washington on Tuesday. Israel says it continues to strike Hezbollah targets in Lebanon, and Lebanese officials say the fighting has already killed more than 2,000 people over the past 6 weeks. Now, our Clarissa Ward is following all the developments and joins us now live from Riyadh. Now, Clarissa, good to have you with us. So this U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz has now been in effect for over 8 hours. Just what sort of change have you seen so far?
Well, we haven't seen any definitive retaliatory response from the Iranians, which will be viewed very positively, particularly here in the Gulf. From what we've been able to glean through monitoring marine traffic, at least 2 ships have been turned around as they tried to cross the strait. Yesterday, roughly 14 vessels were able to cross. Obviously, that's still well down from the more than 100 or 100 plus that were crossing every single day before this war. Everybody is now waiting and watching to see how Iran might respond. There were a sort of series of threats that they issued through a number of statements. The IRGC spokesperson warning the U.S. that it was ready to use, quote, new methods of warfare that opponents would have limited ability to counter. Not exactly clear what he was referring to there. We also saw Iran threatening Gulf Arab nations, saying that if its own ports come under threat, that all ports throughout the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman would also be under threat. And that's obviously something that countries here are taking quite seriously, Linda, as we have seen during the last 6 weeks, a number of attacks, not just on infrastructure, but specifically on ports in the UAE, in Oman. And so everyone now is sort of waiting and watching to see if there is a potential for another round of talks. There's still 9 days left on the clock on that ceasefire, and there are indications, as you mentioned earlier, that there is shuttle diplomacy going on behind closed doors with regional actors involved trying to bridge the gap between the two sides, at least get them back at the table one more time before this crisis escalates any further, Linda.
And Clarissa, I want to ask you about what the expectations are for the talks that are set to take place tomorrow between officials from Lebanon and Israel, and what the aim is of those very rare discussions that will happen in Washington.
Well, the aim is to try to get some kind of a ceasefire, but there's already a lot of pressure on those talks. Hezbollah earlier urging Lebanon's government to cancel its participation. So far, it appears, though, that they are still scheduled to take place tomorrow in Washington, D.C., about 11 a.m. Eastern Time. And the makeup will be the 3 ambassadors of the U.S., of Lebanon, and of Israel. It's also expected that Secretary of State Marco Rubio might drop in on the conversations. But there's been a warning that this could take some time. This is not an easy nut to crack. It's a complex issue for many reasons. Israel has really been focused on the war in Lebanon since this ceasefire took effect. And as you said, more than 2,000 people killed now in Lebanon, many of them civilians, children. You had that horrific series of bombings just last week, more than 100 in the space of 10 minutes. So there is extraordinary pressure coming, not least also from the U.S. on Israel to rein this in and bring it to a close, not just because of the horrors on the ground inside Lebanon and also in northern Israel, which has borne the brunt of retaliatory fire from Hezbollah, but also because this continued conflict really threatens to undermine efforts that are ongoing to find a resolution to this war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran, Linda.
Clarissa Ward, staying across all those developments for us from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Thanks to you. Well, the U.S. military does say that blockade applies to ships going to or from Iran, including all Iranian ports on the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. Many experts say it's a challenging task for the U.S. Navy.
They just do this shit
Leo
all night?
says he has no fear of the Trump administration
She's
after the
somewhere at
president repeatedly
11:46
criticized his
p.m. with the
opposition
makeup on
to
doing
the
this
Iran
shit? Is
war.
that for real?
Trump touring to the
Or
Pope
is this
today and
pre-recorded
over the
and
weekend,
played?
denouncing his stance
Hold
on
on, I gotta turn
Iran
the
and saying
fucking
the
AC on, 'cause
pontiff
now
was,
because
quote,
the
weak on
fan's down
crime
for the
and
mic.
terrible for foreign
Hot as
policy.
shit.
It all comes as Pope Leo, who represents 1.4 billion Catholics worldwide, starts a 10-day visit to Africa. CNN's Christopher Lamb, who's with the tour and with the Pope, looks at the conflict between the Pope and the President.
A US president and a US Pope in a very public war of words.
Welcome aboard.
Leo XIV responding to an extraordinary broadside against the Chicago-born pontiff by President Donald Trump. Speaking on board the papal plane to journalists covering a major 11-city visit to Africa, the first American pope made it clear he won't be intimidated.
I have no fear, neither the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel. And that's what I believe. I am called to do what the church is called to do.
The pontiff insisting the mission of the church is to build bridges, not engage in politics.
We're not politicians. We're not looking to make foreign policy with the same perspective that he might understand it. But I do believe in the message of the gospel. Blessed are the peacemakers.
Leo has repeatedly spoken out against Trump's actions in Iran. President Trump fired back on Sunday night, lashing out at the Pope over his criticism of the US and Israel's war involving Iran.
We don't like it. We don't like a Pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a Pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo.
On Truth Social, Trump went further, calling the pontiff weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy, even saying he prefers the Pope's brother, Louis Prevost, who has shown his support for MAGA. Upping the ante, Trump also posted an AI image on Truth Social depicting himself as a Christ-like figure healing a sick person with American flags and eagles in the background. The
Trying to
image
get
was
my
later deleted.
sounds
I
right.
did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor.
You're gonna hear an echo.
And had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support.
Yeah, there you go.
And only the fake news could come up with that one. It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better.
Trump also claimed the Pope was only elected last year because he is American, suggesting the church chose him to better deal with his presidency. Pope Leo has repeatedly condemned the use of religious language to frame the military operation in Iran.
Rescued on Sunday. Flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn, all home and accounted for, a nation rejoicing. God is good.
This looks like a long.
Jesus is the King of Peace who rejects
also
war,
looks like a bear
whom no
flag,
one can use to justify war. He does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war, but rejects them.
A Vatican official, Father Antonio Spadaro, saying Trump is attacking what he cannot control, a moral voice on the global stage. Trump does not argue with Leo. He implores him to return to a language he can control.
A rising wedge,
but the Pope speaks another language,
it's like a half
one that cannot be reduced to the grammar
like
of force, security, or national interest.
The US begins a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. This is what we know. The US naval blockade went into effect just a few hours ago. US warships are now blocking Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz and beyond, telling any ship that tries to enter or leave an Iranian port
I'm going to turn that off, and I'm going to turn the... I'm going to leave that off for now. Alright. There we go. Alright. Alright. Damn, I really gotta get this sound figured out. I'm looking at my cat on the camera and the back, and he's just, he's like trying to escape. What are you doing? I'm gonna talk on the mic. No, don't turn. Hold on. What are you doing, bud? Yeah, it's me. Turn around. What's that sound? What are you doing? Stop trying to break out. Get away from the door. What are you doing? There's no reason for you to be so close to the door. Alright. What the fuck? Sort of weird squealing. Alright. Well, we missed that long. Whoever went long there got scooped, but maybe it'll hold. I don't hear anything. I don't see anything. As far as book map or footprint. But the Nasdaq is up 40 points. The ES is up, I don't know, 1.25 point. This isn't live, right? No, this is the day thing. SPY's not open. GC's, let's see what's going on. Gold. Gold doing nothing. Back and forth. Oil. I don't know. Let me look at the news. Where are we with the war? Do they even say? What's the deal? Humanity Bureau. Alright. Is this it? Is this just, this is all that there's gonna be? Is there anybody besides CNN? 3 CNNs. U.S. ships versus... I thought Iran had no navy. U.S. blockade... these are weak numbers. For big channels. It's not live. Is he where? How could he be live there and live there at the same time? Well, look. He's doing both. Let's see. Al Jazeera. English. Accuses U.S. of piracy. Yeah, okay. Over port blockade. Warnings Gulf ports either for all or none. Bro, okay. What? Trump appoints Elon Musk cabinet? That's not true. What the fuck is going on, man? What is this? Do you see what thumbnails they're using right now? This is... Oh my god, the world is nuts. This hasn't moved. Is Trade of 8 broken? It's 11:54. Isn't Asia open? I guess I can't. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. I gotta check. This is impossible. You know what, though? These things never work. Nothing works. Nothing works right. Nothing ever works right. Deal 5. Oh man, this thing's gonna be testing until I die. Alright, so he got 87 cents on the first one. And then he got $2.19 on the second one, but then he lost 16 cents. Oh, he's testing strategies. Okay. Okay. I guess that's just gonna take a fucking year. I'm happy that I bought all that stuff so that it could be slow. Alright, what's going on here? Oh, shit. Oh, let's go back to that. Oh, I hear a cat. Oh, he's jealous. The other one's jealous that one's outside. That's the problem. That's the problem. This is a 200 simple. Acting like a wall. I hear some of that sweet buy sound. You know, I keep forgetting that I have actually Night Trader. I was able to snatch just at Night Trader without the, but I had to do the in all the other places. So I just realized it says at the Night Trader on my thing right here. I can't get to it because it's behind all this, but it says at the Night Trader, but it's... I guess there's a lot of places where it is that. And what does it fucking matter? Who gives a shit? Damn, there's no way around that sound. Alright. I guess I'll mention it every time, too. Alright. Whatever. I've been hearing a lot of people say this shit, and I wrote this shit like 6 years ago. Learn together, earn together. I've been hearing a lot of it like recently, and it's starting to piss me off. A lot of fucking idea stealers. Oh, that's my shit right there. I wrote and made... This person doesn't exist. I invented this person. Wrote that song. It's about my dad dying, actually. I even... And she says that I'm a poor man. I did that on purpose. I was like, you know what? And I even put him in it. Like, that's actually my dad. It's pictures of him being young and then pictures of him... Like, God, we took a picture of him like 4... We didn't take a picture, but someone took a picture of him like a few days before he died. There he is. Oh shit, yeah, there he is, right there. And that's him young. It's a good looking guy right there. That's my dad. That's literally my dad. That's funny. I had to, obviously I have to follow it because I get no followers on shit. I still have to figure that part out, but I'm sure I'll get there. How does so many people... I mean, he's got good takes, but it's just the same fucking rage shit over and over again. I'm seeing this guy fucking everywhere. Who gives a shit? Fucking the mobs. Are they still operating? I guess maybe they are. I don't know. Why are there all Nick Cage movies coming up? The United States is shaking. I can't watch any of this, I guess. Unless it's news. Well, something's happening. Look at this giant jump. What do you do if you're in there? I guess you just beat. Although if you longed here and then it's over here, that's pretty cool. It's like, thanks. Point or two. Looks like another flag, right? Come on. Even though it's weird. Super weird. Still kind of has that, you know? No, I'm just throwing an extra part in there. It's never in there. This is not a flag, but I'm making it a flag because it has the 3 giant bars in the sideways, but this is just... It's probably going to have the same result though, but these are too far apart. Let's see. Oh, I got so much of this book done. I should have this thing published in like a couple days. I was just looking up. I have to like buy a bunch of ISBNs if I don't want to just do Amazon, and it's a pain in the balls. But they're like, you have to buy 100 of them for them to be cheap. But then they're only like $5 each, so it's like $600, like or $5.95. So $5.95. It's funny. It's one of those like obvious. The way that they price it schemes, like one's $125, 10 is, what is it, $295, so then they're $29.50, and then 100 is $5.95, then they're $5. So, and then I figure as long as I stay alive, I'm probably gonna do more than 10, so it just makes sense to wait and do whatever I'm doing, because I think it doesn't matter if it's on Amazon, as long as, because I'm in, I guess, I don't know, there's like a program that you can't do anything off Amazon, but once it's over, it's only a couple months. Ooh. Is this all gonna be just this shit? Like, what's it gonna say? Are they just kind of repeating shit over and over? No, live. I want to see live. Strait of Hormuz turns critical. What's an N attack? Oh, nuclear? Who would write that? You're gonna write N attack? CNN? Jesus Christ. Oh, praise be. Oh, speaking of Jesus Christ. I'm a fan of Jesus Christ myself. Ooh. Whoa, no way is that happening right now. No way. No way was that happening. Is it? Hold on, let me see. Let me see. My memory's at 28%. No, I'm sorry, 44% with everything running at the same time. My CPU is at 15%. SSD 1%. Wi-Fi. I'm pretty far away from it, but I should be getting at least 500, 600 up or down. The neural processor, which I've never seen it do anything, because I don't use this for any of that. This is just my work computer. GPU 0 is at 17%, and then the GeForce. Did that thing just turn on by itself? Or were they quiet? Wait a second. Did I not turn that off? on for me. Let's see if we can make some money. I forgot about the trading part. Alright. I'm automating some of this picture stuff now. Because it's all set up. That's why I was out so long. I had to prepare where everything was going. And now it's all getting downloaded and placed. I could teach you how to do this. But I don't know. I don't want to. Figure it out yourself. I've been doing this shit fucking for a long time. It's hard. Let's get back to trading. It's exciting as hell. Well, something's happening right now. Let's see. OpenAI investors question the company's $852 billion valuation as its strategy shifts. I don't know. It's pretty valuable to me. I mean, I only have the $20 a month one on that one as far as ChatGPT. If you're going to pay the big money, you pay it for Claude. Like, Anthropic is the only place. And they, let me tell you, you know, and I'll say this once and probably more times, but I don't like everyone knowing. But it doesn't really matter because, like, you can tell people till you're blue in the face. I told people to buy Bitcoin for years in the early teens. From, like, 2012 to, like, literally the whole time. And I think I quit in, like, 2021. Like, I ended up making a bunch and then losing a bunch and blah, 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 blah. I round tripped, basically, in 2021 after, like, unbelievable gains, but whatever, you know, I digress. But I literally screamed from the hilltops. Wait, hold on one second. I think I already gave this command. Hold on. I have to make sure. Nothing else until deal 5 completes. Alright, I already gave that hours ago. So, yeah. It takes days to test automated things. I don't know, man. I don't think the jobs are going to be taken that quick. I can't hear the music, though. Hold on, let me make sure the music's on. I'm going to have to check myself. Hold on. Test again. Test again. God, I cannot. Alright.
Test again.
Yeah,
Test
there
again.
we go.
God, I cannot.
Yep. The music's like low and then it's too loud. It's unfucking believable. Alright. Sorry to curse. Okay. Gonna be a long night. I have, God, this is going to be like 36 chapters. I don't know why I have to finish this book, but I have to finish this book because then I have other books to finish. And I have videos to finish, and I have songs to finish. And I have evaluations and PAs to trade. I have websites to make and web admin to do. Jesus. It's midnight. It's past midnight. And there's no movement at all. I really wish there was movement. honestly, if there was like a missile or something, I wouldn't... I mean, I don't want to... just something to make something happen. This looks like a long, right? Let's just pretend it is, right? There we go. Oh, it went... What happened? See if I would have got in. Oh, you son of a bitch! Look at that! Look at my instinct! Fuck me. It's not even gonna... Alright. Well... Anyway, you saw it. I mean, it's on video. What just happened there. But okay. You son of a bitch. It's alright. That happens so often that it's not even a big deal. I'm always like, oh man, it could probably go long, and it's like boom, and I'm like, oh, that's great. I like that I was making the plan while it executed. It's like this is like an $8 million candle right now, if you with 10 contracts. Nah, it's not that big. This now does look like a bear flag. If we just kind of extend that. Take this out, bring it back this way. Take this and go like that. Well, I mean, when you start doing the fucking megaphone, but the megaphone up still ends up, I don't know. I guess a bear flag or like a rising wedge is going to be more like this. Right. I guess you could still do that if you skip those 2 wicks. It just went right over it though. Damn. I mean, it's not a big deal. There's a trade every minute, but god damn it. Or oh. I know someone that's not gonna like that. And I'm not usually a give a shit about what anybody thinks. Oh, come on. I'm gonna go long and then a nuke will be dropped. Oh, let me just take a look at the volume. Alright. Ah. At least I didn't top ticket. That's the worst. When you're like long right there and you're just like, I gotta wait for it now. Or it's gonna fall apart. Or I gotta average in. Or I gotta just take the stop loss or whatever. It's holding though, so the longer it holds, the longer it, like the more odds that it's gonna go up. Like, falls are usually quick. You'll notice. You see, like, if it's gonna like tank, it usually does it. It tanks, like, I don't know. Both things happen pretty quick, but this looks like it wants to keep going too. But it also looks like it wants me to go long here and then go down this way to here. So since I've missed the move, I will now reset and wait for another setup. I am going to take Perplexity and see if it can... Oh shit, I closed it. Son of a bitch. And see if I can use... I've turned everything off now. Son of a bitch. Alright, I need to be strategic about this. I think I closed it. I think I literally just closed the thing. Alright, that's fine. I don't need you. What is that? Where is that? I don't know where that is. Why won't it show up? Where are you? Oh, okay. I can't hear the music either. Alright, there it is. What's happening here? I forgot what the fuck I was even doing. Oh, okay. I am gonna see. Let's make sure I have the news. So, is there a way to show you the news without showing you my whole Discord stuff? I don't know. I guess not right now. I'll figure out a way. I'll get like a news thing scrolling somewhere. Not the ticker. Well, the ticker, does the ticker block anything? I don't think it does. I think we can actually rock with the ticker and be fine. It does block the financial, but like, if you listen to me talk for 5 seconds, you know I'm not a financial advisor. And it says it. So, and I said it there. And then the rule CFC, C42, whatever the fuck it is. I don't know what it is. It's in the description. We'll get the ticker up there. That looks nice. It's a lot better during the day. Half of the stuff on there is closed, but what are you going to do? I can't imagine there's a single person dumb enough to be sitting through this right now. But I have other, I'm working on this book and waiting for this bot to finish its test. It's on 5 of 10. Normally I would just go to sleep. But I really want this book. It's done and like published and out of my life so I can move on to the next thing. Cannot wait. I love how ridiculous this is. Jesus. And right here, I could have just put the one contract in and just watched. How far are we? God, we're still basically a GOA. God damn it. I'm gonna charge this. Alright, well, might as well turn that off. I've already committed to this stream. Or to this, well, not really to the stream, really to finishing the book. If the book was finished, I'd turn this shit off. But although I'll probably give it to like 1 maybe. I do have to go to sleep. I trade much better. Plus, it'll be the morning. Why be up all night? I could just sleep. I'll run an automation once. And we'll see how long that takes. And I'll see what I can make it till then. What's going on here? 6 contracts. Oh yeah. There was 36 for this. 6 for this. Very unpredictable movements. I feel like you could probably just weather the storm if you just go long. Actually, that's not true. Look at this though. What if we take that, go like that, and then we take this, and we go like that. What's that look like? No. You think? That would put us... If that's true, then at minimum... Let's pull this down past there. Okay. So... that's part 1 of the math equation. Then, let's see, a vertical line. I've never made one. Alright. I'm going to put it to there. And then, let's say give or take. That's about right. Alright. Then, I'm going to take this. Whoa. Now, this is just a weird theory. Weird theory. Make this another color. Blue. It's just a guess. Just from this. Could be wrong. What I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna leave it right there. It's probably gonna retrace this entire thing back here. But eventually, maybe by morning, or maybe during the morning, or maybe during the day. I don't know, but I guess that would invalidate the pattern. I guess it would have to happen now. I don't think that's possible. We would need a surge. It's not that far though. What is it? 90 to 80 is 90 points. That's kind of tough at 12:30. I don't know. We'll leave it there. See what happens. Probably not. Probably not. Imagine though, I just fucking did one candle. That'd be hysterical. Oh yeah. All right, let's try something crazy. Alright, what's the stream? Let's see. Oh, here's how I do it. Copy to clipboard. Find the stream and post it. Well, let's see if this happens. To all my socials. All my socials. I think I posted it to X, but I'm too lazy to do the rest. Not that it matters. Not a lot of followers going on. Maybe 901. 300 on another, maybe 1,000 on another. See, this is gonna fucking... Doesn't mean yet. Yeah, let's put it down there. I'm gonna put it right where that meets there. Just a guess. I'm gonna say there's a 3% chance. 3 out of 100 times. Or 1 out of 100. Alright, let's see. It's done it before. It went off the rails. I might have used up all my credits on this one. Oh shit, it's doing it. Oh shit. It's doing it. Why did I just hear that? Oh, it has the sound on. Now, oh no, now I'm hearing double. Hold on, I can turn that off. Let me mute the, there we go. Boom. What is it doing? Is it watching me? Bro, hold on. Let me show you this. So I don't know what it's doing. I told it to I told it to go to my socials and to post all my stuff. No way, dude. No way. That's my X account. It's gonna write the corniest shit. Yo, they write the corniest shit when you send them to do shit. It's gonna be like, hey guys, watch my stream. I'm gonna be the coolest trader. You wanna get big profits? Come watch my stream. Let's see what it comes up with. I have no control on what it's saying at all. I just said go get people to my stream, with my social. Well, it's right here. I'm trading right now live. Find the stream and post to all my socials. Let's take a look. That is so funny. It doesn't look like it's doing it very well, though. Oh, there you go. Try out the new article. I wonder if I got verified yet. I paid for it this morning. And I just canceled it like 2 months ago because I was like, why am I paying for this? I don't even post on. I didn't post on there in like a year. So I stopped paying for it. And then I pay for it again. And I'm under review. What the fuck am I under review for? I paid for it for like 2 years. Now I'm under review because I'm paying for it again? Alright, that's fine. Elon. But it was 50%, so it was like $4. I was like, yeah, I think I'll do that. Look at it. It's taken forever. And I can't do it either. It has control. I don't know if it posted it, though. See, it never posted it. It's going to... It's... Maybe it, like, tried? It's setting it up. I already did it on X like hours ago, and it's not like it matters, but I just wanted to see if it would. And that was like 3 sentences. Normally I have to write, God, I have to write paragraphs or pages to get an AI to do anything close to what isn't garbage. I don't know what the fuck it is doing now. It is doing something on Facebook that I did not approve. Let me see if I have to stop it. What is this? Review audience? I don't even know what it's doing. Public. Do public. Obviously. Public, bro. I hope this isn't my regular account with just my high school friends and my family. Alright, it's not. Thank Christ. I made sure to log into all those because this thing will go off the rails on you. Alright. I still want to make money, but there's no volume. And let's let this work. I just wanted to show you the beauty of, like, even the... what do you call it? Perplexity, which is not even close to the most advanced stuff you can get. What's wrong, buddy? Me too. Hold on, let me let him outside. And not like outside like a vagrant on the lanai where he's screened in. You don't want your cat going off doing whatever the fuck. It's weird. Alright. Can I get some money? I have a fresh PA right here. Not traded yet because I don't know what's going on. I was hot and now I'm freezing. And I have an Apex a grand away from passing. So, and this thing has some sort of weird pattern. Look at all, I really don't like all these order blocks left here, but that's just what it is. But just from the measured move, if this became some sort of weird, insane bull flag, then we would go up 90 points. But there's a 3% chance of that happening. I'd say 2.5%. Or less. If it happened, I would fucking, oh my god. I would call and have them write a story about me if that happened. Because this is not a bull flag. But it's so weird that it could be. And then all this. What are you supposed to think? I mean, how long are you gonna diddle in the middle for? Like, you're at equilibrium for how long? You know? Now it's on Instagram. Wow, there's a lot of naked girls on Instagram. Or almost naked. And that's like an ad for cologne on a girl's ass. Thank God I didn't leave it on the screen. Jesus. Alright. That's interesting. Is there... I thought I'd... Oh, you're... The... Why do you have to lay on the wires? The cats have to find the most expensive... Not the most expensive, but like... Literally where everything connects and then be near that. Oh, is this where the power goes in? Let me fucking chew on it. Is this a quick $60 right here? Or is this a punch in the face? I'm bored, so I'll risk it. Alright. Bring that up. I only have it that far down so I could move it because, you know, after years and years of having a stop loss that during volatility just takes you out the second you get in, you start moving it further and further until you're like, alright, I'm safe. Oh, well, that's not working out good. But I don't hear a word. Oh, you know what? I'm missing some very important things. Hold on a second. I don't even know what it's doing. But I don't care. Oh, damn it. Alright. I'll let it do whatever it's doing. Let me just make sure my computer's not overloaded. You know what? It's fine. I'll move the news. Where can I move the news? I have 6 screens and I don't have room for shit. How the fuck is that possible? Okay. I'm just gonna put this behind. This is more important. Because I'm in a trade. Oh, yeah, I'm in a trade. Completely forgot. There's so much screen space, I forgot what was going on in this one. Well, we're not falling apart, so what does that mean? Just give me 20 bucks and get me out so I could think about this. Thanks. Wow. See that? Did you see that shit? And then it went down too. I hate waiting. I'll just take $20 and get out to start thinking about it again. Because it's not nothing. Half the country makes less than that an hour. That was a 2-second. I'm sure that it'll tell me the time. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at it. Oh, really? That doesn't sound right. 1 minute and 39 seconds. That's much longer than I expected. I gotta be careful. Sometimes I close it. Alright. What do we got here? So that was just getting the hell out, you know. I looked at Apex and I looked at their rules and they said don't do 6 ticks. So I doubled it and made it 12 ticks. And I was like, and they're like, don't do multiple contracts for 6 ticks. So I'm doing 1 contract for 12 ticks. And I feel like that's, you know, that sounds like it's exactly what, you know, in the rules. It's double what they said not to do, so I doubled it. I was like, oh, you can't do that. Let me do double as much as you can't do. So, double. And then they were saying multiple contracts. I'm only doing 1. 1 for 12. 60 bucks. Slow and steady. You know, a G away from passing. And pass this one today. Which I haven't traded yet because I don't trust. I need good action. This one might, I'm telling you, it might not see tonight. It might see tomorrow morning. Which eventually I will do. And it's 12:42. I can stop here. Let's see. You know what? I'm gonna call it. I'm not tired though, because now I'm past that point. Alright, you know what? I'll give it another round. I was gonna let that round complete, but we'll do one more round. Get some more pictures in there. I set up like 100, so they're all ready to go. It just needs to place them in the right place. This book will be published. And I will trade. Alright, well that sucked. I mean, it was 20 bucks, but what the fuck? Come on, man. Give me something. Give me anything. There's so many nights that I go to sleep when there's such crazy action. And the few nights that I have other things to do on the computer while there is a blockade. A blockade. In fact, let me do half the screen with this and half... Where's the news? With the news. I'll just put the news in myself. Thank you, sir. Alright. Japan capacity utilization something for February down 0.1%. Great. JP Morgan trims its target price for CRH PLC to 10,366p from 10,430p. All right. I don't know what that is. JD Vance takes on the poison chalice of Trump's poison... What is this? Wait, what the fuck is this? JD Vance takes on the poison chalice of Trump's foreign policy missions? FT? Who the hell is FT? Berenberg has raised its price target on ITM Power. I don't know what P is. 110p? Pips? What are you talking about? I normally see price targets in dollars. After 12:30, perhaps it's in something that starts with a P. That is weird. Alright, something's happening. I don't know what. Let's take a look. Nothing. Just dancing. A lot of this is useless at night. This is more day. Which I'm sure I'll sleep for 4 hours and start again. Oh my god, I forgot that I'm in the middle of a test on my bot. Shit, let me see what's going on there. That's the other reason I decided to do this. And I missed that move. That was an easy 60 bucks. Hold on. I'm gonna do both. I'm putting in the command. I have to start this. Alright. Oof. That would have been good. Nah, maybe not. Hold on. Oh wow. When you're this close, it looks a lot farther away. That's 12 ticks. That's not that close. It's not like it's like 2 ticks. That's 3 points. So, 1 contract for 3. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. It went right to it. Oh, I love it. That happened like 10 times tonight. Imagine it went all the way up here. It still has this brick line to get past from like hours ago. I put that in there. At least an hour. If this is a minute each. It's having some trouble getting past this order block. But I'm seeing something's happening. Some sort of volume's coming in. And this is playing out ish on a small level. But that is, what is that? 85. It's still going to 91. That's only 6 points really though. If you have like multiple contracts, maybe one contract, that's $120. But I'd have been out halfway. The longer you're in the market, the longer chance you have to lose your money. So I scalp. Alright. Oh, it didn't answer me. Oh, it did answer me. And now I have to pass that message on. Wait a second. 4 out of 10. How many? Oh. I guess we need... Oh, okay. The boss says I need 5 deals for it to prove that the strategy works. Bro, coding a fucking trading bot is a nightmare from hell. Anyone that acts like it's easy or whatever they're doing, I don't know what they're doing, but I guess I should watch what they're doing, but I just decided I would do it myself. I don't know. I looked a few times, but it's not, I don't know. I want it thinking. I guess that's my problem, is that I want like extra shit. There's scripting. You can write a script, but that'll just follow a strategy. It doesn't like real time. What I'm doing is real time. I've got it down to 3 cycles per second. But it's still fucking retarded, even though it's got 2 AIs on it. There's 2 separate subscriptions powering this machine, And it's still, and I have a third one telling me what to do with the 2. Because I did it for 45 days, and it was a nightmare. This is building a bear flag on the 5-minute. Alright, let me just go ahead and put that up there so we can remember it. So that normally falls to the ground. Right about here. Normally. I don't know. We're in strange times. We're in strange times. So we'll see. I kind of wish I got a piece of any of this. I will enter a trade out of boredom soon because I have at least 20 to 30 minutes left. I don't know. I have to stay up for this bot because it's live. So it can't be waiting for me to give it a command while it's trading my money. I have no choice. Wow, that's funny. It just got weird at the line. It built another little bull flag. What does that mean? And I don't hear anything. I don't see anything. Bro, Bookmap is like completely blue. Like there's no other colors. It's just blue. Nothing's happening. I've never seen this. I think time froze. Did fucking time freeze? Hold on. Am I recording a moment in history right now? Look. Bro, alright. Maybe it did. But that is... How fucking funny would that be? I was just kidding. It's just a measured move from the very bottom of this. I just measured from here to here. From there to there. And then if you put it, it'd be there, but... You know, if you look at the 5-minute, it's kind of doing the same thing. It's not really out of the realm of possibility. Hold on, this is 620. And what do we need? 680. So it's only 60 points above the high that we had. What? Oh, almost at the beginning of the session, like 6 hours ago. All right, it's all right. Get out of here, bitch. Let's see. Hold on, let me check this. Yo, this book is gonna be banging. I know nobody fucking buys books. Me neither. But it's for me. It's my accomplishment. I don't know. I think we're gonna go up. It's dead though. Like, there's nothing. I don't even, like, if I had a real account, I could move the market right now. If I had a real $50,000 account and put in 5 contracts, I can get us to here. And just sell. I would just keep moving us. Because nobody's doing anything. I'm looking at it over here. You can see it. It's kind of small for you, but if you look real close, you can see the numbers. It's showing you the delta. So it's showing you the buys minus the sells, and whoever has more of whatever, because 5 buys and 5 sells cancel each other out. So if you see a 5 buy, that means that there's 10 buys and 5 sells. 5 of the sells met 5 of the buys, canceled each other out. Now there's 5 buys, so we're going up. That's how candles go up and down. Just in case you were wondering that shit. Nobody fucking... I don't know. I never really thought about it until just now, but kind of makes sense, right? I honestly didn't think about it until just now. I never thought about it. But yeah, that makes perfect sense. So, we're now -2, which means they've met... I don't know what it is doing, but it's still doing it. Look, it's still doing it. What is it doing? What are you doing? That's X. It just keeps going back. What are you doing? Dog. What in the fuck are you doing? It just went. They go off the rails, bro. Oh, this is looking very bull flaggish. Let me just bull flag that out. It looks like it's playing out, like as we speak. But it also, oh shit, I lost it. Hold on, where is it? There we go. This also looks, as soon as it stops dead like that, it's coming back. It's a bitch. How many times is it gonna post? It's gonna make me look like a fucking lunatic. I'm just looking. Who is that? Hello, Brittany Stone. Oh, actually, she doesn't look. She's not really on. What is going on, bro? What is all this? And it's watching the stream? Bro, this shit's bugging me out, bro. What the fuck? Alright. I have tapped way too much into the Matrix, bro. I have way too many things doing stuff. And normally, it wouldn't even know what I said, but it has so much context from me just hassling it all the time. It knew exactly where to go, but I don't even know what it's doing. I mean, it looks like it's typing, it's giving the link to the stream, but it's just to my, if you just go to my socials, I mean, I just started streaming again today. It's been years, so nobody's going to see it. But honestly, that is what I told it to do, so. Alright, well. If I can I put it in this without it harassing the rest of the... No, I guess not. Alright, see, look at that. We lost everything. Hold on. Restore. Whoa. Alright. Is it still doing anything? I think... Oh yeah, it stopped. It stopped completely. Alright. What is this? Live futures. Submit. What is this? Edit your links in your bio. Why does it ask your gender? Gender. I mean, I guess male or female, but I don't know. Alright. I don't know what this is for. Why am I editing my profile? Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I almost ripped out the fucking mic. I'm not used to having a wire attached to me. I'm gonna submit this. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna erase everything. Because I don't know what the fuck it's doing. It was working for like 30 minutes, so... And it's got my stream up. That's weird. Alright, we're gonna shut that whole thing down. Alright. Alright, what's happening here? What do I got? Really want to trade. I'm gonna take a crazy trade soon. Right, that looks like it wants to play out. It looks like it wants to go there. Or there. Interesting. Oh, haha, here it is. If it goes to that line and stops, then I'm gonna fucking laugh. Oh, that might just be a stop hunt. But it's got to be completely algo driven. Everybody's sleeping unless it's... Well, you know, I guess there's other countries. Asia. London starts at 2:30. It's only 1. Oh, man. This might have been a mistake. It's going to be running for a while. But... Once the pictures are done, I'm gonna tell the bot to stop and not be live while I go to sleep. I need to sleep for a few hours, and then I'll just get up at like 7 or 6 and continue. If you're not working 20 hours a day, then what the fuck are you doing? For yourself, of course, not for other people. Wow, that fell out of bed over here, huh? That was not a bull flag at all. Let's see if we can find what it was. I guess there was really no way to tell that would happen. Let me see. If I looked at it from that angle. I went there. And I took this. And let's say no idea. I guess if you ignore that one, go far enough back, I guess it kind of has a rising wedge-ish, but it's too horizontal. TA has failed this small piece. Any more news? Hormuz Strait. Are they just on, like, is nothing new gonna happen? Cause this is all, like, repeats. Ooh, live heat map. Damn, 136? Come on, guys. What is that really? I mean, what are they looking at? I mean, I have a similar thing up, so I'm not gonna laugh. Because there's like, a lot of them have really good latency. See, it's like 5 seconds. So then why pay like $70 a month? They put together like $100 a month worth of stuff, and then it's like 5 seconds off. It's like, why would I pay for it? I'm already paying for 200 fucking things a month. Why have another bill? God, I wish there was action. A tonight warning. Iran government in shock. Live with Bookmap. Bookmap must be pretty fucking pissed. A lot of Bookmap going on everywhere. Live Bitcoin and Ethereum 15-minute signals and technical analysis. Chart Prime. So you just throw a fucking script on and people watch it? There are 43 people watching this. No, I can't. Oh shit, I probably can't do that. Let me do that. Bad move. That's right, I can't play anything that isn't the news. I don't want to get striked. But I could like look at what's on like live. Anything that's news I can watch and play. Damn, 360 people watching this guy's screen? I mean, I guess I'm doing the same thing, right? I'm so jealous. So people are watching stuff, unless these are bots. 21K, but this is all around the world. God, even 5 people are watching the Ethereum perp spot Dom April 13th, 2026. It's the 14th, I believe. Right? Yeah, it's the 14th now. It's past 12. Nothing's going on over here, so I really don't feel bad about missing any of this. None of this is... I always think that I hear somebody like behind me because there's like this little bit of talking in this song. It bugs me out. Warner Brothers is live streaming The Lord of the Rings. I don't want to watch that, even if you fucking pay me. World War III? Oh, this is a dead hour, man. I completely regret this decision. I don't know what to fucking make any of this. Oh my god, years of studying this shit, and I don't know what any of it is. I mean, this... I guess if you zoom out, it still has the bear flag-ish, but it's more straight. No, I guess that's about bear flag. It's not the right shape, though. It's kind of the right shape. It's not exactly the right shape. This is... Hold on. If I go all the way down here and connect that. But these are two different things. Hold on. Too much shit in my hands. Now, looks a little clearer. This is fucked. So let's get rid of that. That looks like a bear flag, which would either a bear flag or a rising wedge, both which go, you know, here, this way. But I don't want to short this market. Really don't. I do not want to short this market, man. Sorry. I got that shit on. NQ. The NQ looks like a fucking stock at like 6:30. Like, not a Mag 7, like just like a random small company stock at 6:30 p.m. Oh. At least I'm getting my book closer to finished. And my bot is getting tested. So, it's not like I'm just sitting here streaming, trading. Even though I'm up $50, you know, 50 fake bucks on this. Still a G away from passing if I could just get some fucking action. Every time I get in something, it's a weird fight. There's like no follow through. Like, look at this weird shit. Who the fuck wants to get in there? And then, yeah, like, completely, and that's cool. It's cool that it's going up, but like, there was no indication. How, like, I need something. No sounds, nothing on the book map, nothing on the back end. You know, I don't even see these. All right, I mean, now it's starting to move. I don't know. I've never traded this late, so this is my first time. Shit, if I like started like wrecking shit, I'd say fuck it and just keep going. So, I mean, that's on the table because I'm already up. It's 111 too. Yo, 111. 111, 0 concurrent. That's fine. I don't give a fuck. I'm just getting in. I'm getting in the practice. Getting in the practice, baby. Ugh. Boom, boom, boom. I wonder if I can just keep going until I, like, drop. Because it's not like I'm not doing other things. If I keep going with the book and keep testing the bot while continuing to trade, that's 3 things I'm getting done. As long as I'm not getting my ass kicked trading. You know. I mean, why not? It's my job to do these things. I don't have to go somewhere. I don't have to be somewhere. I don't answer to anyone. So, why not just stay up and just get as much done as possible while seeing if anything happens here? Because I know that there's a sweet spot where you get some momentum and then it's like pretty good trading. And I know like 230, it's already 112. So isn't 230 something? Hold on. Where can you not see what I'm typing? Okay. All right. Asia is 5-2. Wow, Asia sucks. Tell Asia to go fuck themselves. They have the worst. 5-2 is the worst trading. Just terrible. At least tonight. I don't do it a lot. If I'm trading after like, depending on if I'm at the desk or not, I don't know. I guess lately it depends. But if everything's perfect and I'm laying down, I will trade from bed. I will turn on Tradeovate and fucking trade laying down. And it's awesome. Look at that, dude. Yo, shut up. Bro, rising wedge. I wasn't even looking over here, bro. Oh my god. It sounds like I'm lying, but I'm dead serious that I wasn't even looking at this screen. I am delirious, bro. This is literally my 19th hour up. See, that's bad. Going up all night, being up at 5 and then going all day, all night. I'm gonna like go to like 9, 10 a.m. and then just fucking die. Yeah, that might not be a good idea. We'll see. We'll see how long the bot takes. I might have to. We'll see. I'm gonna take a break real quick. 2 minutes.
Chief International Correspondent Trisha Ward is in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So the president today said that 34 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz yesterday. Is that accurate? And what is the latest on the situation in the strait?
So, Anderson, no, that number does not appear to be accurate. According to Kepler, which is a firm that monitors global shipping, approximately 14 vessels passed through the strait yesterday. That obviously is still well below the more than 100 that would cross every single day before the war. Today, since this blockade began, we are UAE, ports in Kuwait, ports in Oman, all came under attack during the more kinetic phase of this war. So everyone watching closely now to see how and if this will escalate further, Anderson.
And apparently Trump officials are discussing another potential meeting. What are you learning?
So we're hearing this from a number of different sources, some in the Trump administration and some internationally, that basically there are efforts behind closed doors, shuttle diplomacy going on to try to take advantage of the 9 days that are left in the window of this ceasefire and resolve some of the differences that still exist between the two sides and even potentially bring them together again for another round of talks, although it remains to be seen whether it would be at such a high level as the talks that we saw in Islamabad on Saturday. There's also speculation it might not be in Islamabad this time, it possibly in Geneva. But make no mistake, Anderson, there is a lot of hard work going on behind the scenes here because so many different countries are impacted hugely, particularly now with this counter blockade in effect. The economic fallout is really catastrophic and rippling across the globe. And specifically, I think Egypt, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, all pushing hard to try to get this thing resolved before that ceasefire ends next week, Anderson.
A U.S. military blockade on Iran's ports is now underway after talks between both countries failed over the weekend. President Trump says the U.S. will sink any Iranian ships that approach the Navy's blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. A source tells CNN that members of the Trump administration are now internally discussing details for a potential second in-person meeting with Iranian officials. In Tehran, thousands rallied in support of the government, condemning the U.S. blockade. The country's
will be viewed very positive.
Have you with us. So this U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz has now been in effect for over 8 hours. Just what sort of change have you seen so far?
Well, we haven't seen any
I don't know what is going on. My internet, I cannot get anything to play now. Oh, I have to get the headphones off the mic. Oh, actually, yeah, I turned them off. How's it sound, actually? Let's see what we got. None of these will play. Just hoping we can get something. Let's try this one.
urging Lebanon's government to cancel its participation. So far, it appears, though, that they are still scheduled to take place tomorrow in Washington, D.C., about 11 a.m. Eastern Time. And the makeup will be the three ambassadors of the U.S., of Lebanon, and of Israel. It's also expected that Secretary of State Marco Rubio might drop in on the conversations. But there's been a warning that this could take some time. This is not an easy nut to crack. It's a complex issue for many reasons. Israel has really been focused on the war in Lebanon since this ceasefire took effect. And as you said, more than 2,000 people killed now in Lebanon, many of them civilians, children. You had that horrific series of bombings just last week, more than 100 in the space of 10 minutes. So there is extraordinary pressure coming, not least also from the U.S. on Israel to rein this in and bring it to a close, not just because of the horrors on the ground inside Lebanon and also in northern Israel, which has borne the brunt of retaliatory fire from Hezbollah, but also because this continued conflict really threatens to undermine efforts that are ongoing to find a resolution to this war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran, Linda.
Marissa Ward, staying across all those developments for us from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Thanks to you.
Bear flag, look at that.
Well, the U.S. military does say that blockade applies to ships going to or from Iran, including all Iranian ports on the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. Many experts say it's a challenging task for the U.S. Navy. Leo says he has no fear of the Trump administration after the president repeatedly criticized his opposition to the Iran war. Trump tore into the Pope today and over the weekend.
Whoa. Just kidding. Damn, I turned the chat on and it goes crazy? Come on, man. It was just working.
not engage in politics.
We're not politicians. We're not looking to make foreign policy with the same perspective that he might understand it. But I do believe in the message of the gospel. Blessed are the peacemakers.
Leo has repeatedly spoken out against Trump's actions in Iran. President Trump fired back on Sunday night, lashing out at the Pope over his criticism of the US and Israel's war involving Iran.
We don't like it. We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon.
We don't like popes
We don't want a pope that says
like this.
crime is okay
This
in our
pope
city.
is a bitch.
I don't like it. I'm
He's
not
not
a
a
big
good
fan
pope.
of Pope Leo.
On Truth
Why would
Social,
popes
Trump went
say
further,
anything
calling the
against me?
pontiff
I won't
weak
have
on
it.
crime and terrible for foreign
They
policy,
say
even
popes
saying
like
he
that
prefers the
are
Pope's
bitches.
brother, Louis Prevost, who has shown
what's
his
this?
support
This
for
looks like
MAGA.
a long-
Upping the ante, Trump also posted an AI image on Truth Social depicting himself as a Christ-like figure healing a sick
figure.
person with American
Christ-like
flags and
figure.
eagles in the background.
Aw,
The
aw,
image
man,
was
I
later
wanted to hit it
deleted.
right there.
I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to
Alright,
do with
don't say
Red
you
Cross
thought
as a
it
Red
was you
Cross
as a
worker
doctor.
there, which
It's
we
obviously
support.
Jesus,
And
bro.
only
Where's
the
the
fake
picture?
news could
Hold
come
on,
up
where's
with
the
that one.
fucking picture?
It's supposed to be me as a doctor, making people better.
That is
Trump
just...
also claimed the
Come
Pope
on,
was only
Trump.
elected last year because he is American,
First,
suggesting
let
the
me get
church
my
chose
knees
him to
back up,
better
'cause I took it
deal
down
with
because
his
nothing
presidency. Pope Leo has repeatedly condemned the use of religious language to frame
And
the
then
military operation in Iran.
Rescued
Where is...
on Sunday. Flown out of Iran as the sun was rising
I need to
on
see this.
Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn,
Oh, dude!
all home and accounted
All
for,
right, well,
a
they're not
nation rejoicing.
Really gonna paywall me?
God is good.
Jesus is the King of
Look
Peace who
at-
rejects war,
Okay,
whom no one can
Jesus
use to
Christ, you
justify
can't
war.
fucking get
He
to
does
the
not listen to
pictures.
the prayers of those.
I should just go to X. Is it doing it again? Bro, it's doing it again. Anyway. You thought it was you as a doctor, bro? I mean, it has an American flag. It's a little Jesus-y, but it's also... You thought you were a doctor with the power to heal. I mean, I don't know, that's a little too Jesus. We have no sound. Let me get... Alright, let me get back going. I don't know, man. It's a little Jesus-y, right? Are you really gonna say you thought, like, there's no doctor coat or fucking stethoscope?
Combat Alert, as it talks about retaliation against both the US
fuck
military
you.
and
Is
other
that how
Gulf
you're gonna work?
nations.
Huh. I don't know, man. That's, what is this shit? Can we zoom in on this? saying you were, I mean, come on, man. Whoa. There's no reason for this. Outside of this structure that called for it. This is literally, wow, that is crazy how that played out. I saw it saw it, and then it played out. And where did it call? Look at, so this is the target. This is the indicator calling it out. It's target for the bear flag. Look at how close it is. And I wasn't even, I'm telling you, I literally didn't realize this was seeing it when I was seeing it. That's funny. Wow, man. That is a fucking... That is a passer. That is an account passer. You shorted that. You passed an account. I still have to pass this, and it's 1:35 in the morning, but, oh, look, I can stop. Let me... Yeah, I'm gonna... You know what? I'll start winding down. That's what'll happen. I'll start. Hold on. Alright. I took some sleeping pills, so if this ends abruptly, that's because I'm about to pass out. Because it's late, and I'll just leave this shit. Oh my god. I'm gonna do the sleep thing actually. Where's alright, because I turned it off. Power. Turn screen off. I'll do that. What's recommended for hibernation? What's the difference between the sleep and hibernate? Oh shit, Intel drivers. Sleep, let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Why not? Alright, set that up just in case I pass out. Oh shit! Alright, let's just fucking get in there. Snatch us. Boom, we're in. Reduce the risk. This could just slam back down, but I don't know, it sat a little bit too long on this feeding from this order block, this buy order. But it's sitting. So now we're just gonna try to take 20 and not get rooked. Not get rooked. Not get murked. Oh, I think we got it. It looks like it's gonna happen. Now it doesn't. I don't know, I set that pretty tight because I think it's going back. That's a super overreaction, and it's coming right to the bottom. I mean, if we just look at this. And then we just put it on forever. A lot of stuff stopping there. I'll put it there, and then I'll see if we can actually make something. That's another little bull flag, or bear flag, but I don't know. I'm looking at the news. I don't see you're talking about Ukraine, and we just dumped. And I'm bored. And it's gonna take a while. I guess, I don't know. The problem is that those sleeping pills, the second that they, like, you know. Let's try to actually make something off this. Oh, I don't like that. Alright. I don't like waiting though. And now it's thin. skip that whole thing. I'm hearing some buy volume though, but this is also a strong candidate for a turnaround area, unless it just slams through it. Oh no. Oh, we're over 52. Look at that. Less than a G to pass. I got eight days. I gotta get some subs because they won't give me a code. I mean, they might. I don't know. I haven't applied yet, but according to what it says that you need, I don't qualify. Maybe I do. Maybe if you add all the accounts, just because I had like a decent amount from when I started, but not on here though. It's like 55. I need some YouTube serbs, but it takes time. I had a test stream or two, and now this is basically the first real one. But $70 isn't gonna do it. Plus a fresh PA that I really want to trade, but not in this. I need some idea. Plus passing this would be nice too. If all of a sudden it got like normal, then I would throw to the PA one. Like if I saw like, I'd be like, alright, well maybe we can do something. Oh shit. Oh, I'm starting to feel it. Starting to feel it. Damn, it's not done with the deals yet. I am exhausted. What did I turn it on for? I'm just gonna have it go to sleep quickly. Did I do all that? Yeah, that's fine. Another bear flag type thing. I'm gonna call it in a minute. I'm actually gonna go set up. Hold on a second. Alright guys, I'm gonna call it for the night. I'm gonna stream tomorrow, so yeah, so that's it. Have a good night, and thanks for coming if you've been here. See you.